Ah. Alright. Maybe streamer here. Oh, that did not work. 1 second. Um, okay, there we go. Right stream selected. So we are on chapter 4 of Trails Through Daybreak. We are on day 1 of the business trip to Basel. And we did our intro to this section and the initial side quests. We're about to advance the story, so welcome back. Just going to open up my chat on my phone. Okay. Okay, there we go. Contact Catter, sorry. Now would be a good time to call Catter and ask about our certification cards.
Hi, こちらサリシオン。ああ、アニエスさんか。
Oh, good. I was worried I wouldn't be able to get through. It sounds like there's a little bit of interference with the connection, though.
あ、ごめん。今ちょっと手が離せない状況なんだ。なんだったら職人街にあるジスカール工房で待ってて。
Hello?
これは。
Hello? Hello? What just happened? Sounded like something collapsed, and I could have sworn I heard a faint roar after that. Sounds like trouble to me. We were just at Giscard's workshop a short while ago. Let's get on back there and see what the big deal is. Or what the deal is, sorry. Adding words where there's none. Sorry guys, we're back. Who are you? Oh, you're the group from earlier. I thought we told you that this was a restricted area. Sorry, but Catter hasn't been past here, has he? Wait, what? How do you know about...
Machina.
Chief Engineer Giscard.
ここの責任者ジスカールだ。
Giscard.
さっきも見かけたよそ者みたいだな。カトルが案内してるっつう連中か？
He told you about us? That's right. We're from Arkride Solutions over in the capital. I'll get right to the point. We have reason to believe he's in danger. We think he might be in a mine or something like one. If that rings any bells, can you take us there? What? Catter's in danger?
ついてこい。話は走りながら聞いてやる。お前らは念のためギルドに連絡だ。急げ!
He's quite the decisive person. So there's a mine shaft in the vicinity after all. Yeah, it's used to extract a minor metal called... I don't like those sections where the text advances without any input from the player. It's used to extract a minor metal called linium. The signal's not great down there, which explains all the noise on your call. So this is where Catter likely is? Most likely, I'd wager. He goes to check all the lights and such are working every so often. He just went in earlier to do it again. It ain't all that big of a shaft though, and there aren't usually any monsters down. I'm detecting multiple monsters further inside. where did they all come from? And the timing couldn't have been worse. Arc ride, was it? The rest of you, too. You all strike me as a tough bunch. I promise to reward you handsomely, so save him, please. I'll contact the guild and someone who can help in the meantime, though, so don't go crazy. He's very decisive. Lucky for us, we've got him on our side, huh? Alright, folks, let's get moving. Right, we have to save Katter. Indeed, I heard the faint sound of gunfire moments ago. What, is he packing or something? Kinda dangerous for a kid like him, right? Either way, let's hurry. Right.
生き返るぜ。
Those guys are only worth 1 experience each. That's disappointing. I guess it's fine. Alright.
疲れさん。怪我はないな。
お手並み拝見いたします。このまま先に進みましょう。
Okay, so some of those other monsters are able to hurt me, but these guys didn't do 0 damage.
このまま先に進みましょう。
It was possible to buff up my defense so that probably not worth it.
戦闘音を確認。急ぎましょう。
生き返るぜ。
Right. Found him. Caught her. What's that silver thing?
小規模地殻変動の予兆を感知。
さっきのあれか。
Are you all right?
アニエスさん、他の人たちも。
Damn. What did you just do to neutralize the tremors? Paired the stun caliber and hollow style together most magnificently. Timing just happened to work out. It ain't gonna be happening again. A subspecies of the abyss worm. Watch out for their chain counterattacks. Use solo skills or arts to take him down. Are you good to go?
ええ、対応できます。フィオ、彼らに合わせよう。
了解。迎撃プロトコル起動。
そこまでだ。
ブーストのチャンスだよ。この調子で
ラプラスコード起動。
チャンスだ。
ブースト全開よ。
覚悟を決めな。断 任せたリゼット。
この調子でいきましょう。すごく効く圧だよ。
どんどん行こう。
開始だよ。
ガンガン行くぞ。
ドライブ開始。フルブースト全開よ。
覚悟を決めな。ガンダライセイレイダー。
ブーストゲージリミット解放。リゼットさん。それアミュス様。
Is that all of them? I believe that to be the case, yes. Are you hurt at all, Catter? I'm fine. I didn't realize you would all come. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Ha! Trouble is right. At least you weren't dumb enough to come here unarmed. An orbital pulse gun, eh? And you know your way around combat from what I saw. Same with this floating thing, too. Floating thing? Wow. It's adorable. You think? This little guy is named Fio. Much as I'd like to hear more, you mind if we shift to talking about what happened? I'd heard there aren't supposed to be monsters in here. You were checking the lights, right? Well... that's weird. Were they damaged? No, they were just swapped out the other day. Plus, it's not just that one that's gone bad. It's happening to all of them along the tunnel. You're right. These are self-sufficient lights, so they aren't on the orbital distribution network. Exactly. Which means this kind of behavior should be impossible. So why? Get back here! Ugh. There's more of them. This isn't good. Everyone prepare for combat. Shh. Man.
Zeros!
Oh, she's a caster.
よし大丈夫か。
Did you come all the way from the capital? Nice heroic entrance there, junior senior bracer.
平気そうだな。
ゼロスもありがとう。駆けつけてくれて。
Whoa, a black wolf? Started to feel like just about anything could pop up around here. I see. So that's what is being tested here.
カタル、お前らも大丈夫か？
親方。
Phew. Guess that wraps up this little adventure then.
もう大丈夫ですから。
You should have just waited for us to arrive instead of going ahead on your own. Though I suppose I could commend you for rescuing him at least. You did a bang-up job down there yourself. You got no chill every time we bump into you, but you pulled your weight back at Krail too. I'm this close to being promoted to B rank, so I would hope I could handle this much. As for your snide little comment, you can mind your own damn business. I'm perfectly chill, thank you. You're just proving his point, you know. As for you, Cotter, why didn't you call us to let us know something was off? Everything worked out alright in the end this time, but that could have easily ended worse than it did. I'm really sorry for worrying you. I thought I could handle it without any help since I had Fio with me. Cheese and crackers. Well, as long as you're alright, that's all that matters. It's real worrying that monsters that big are showing up down there, though. That shouldn't be happening. Of course, orbment lights work to keep monsters away. Makes me wonder if them acting up is a cause. Something on your mind, Catter? Well, we saw them doing just that earlier, right? That's not the first time either. It's been happening every so often lately. They've gone out even when there was nothing wrong with the lights themselves, or they've done things they shouldn't be able to technically do. There have been times when they've been malfunctioning one minute, then totally fine the next. She went down there because it was bothering you? That's more or less in line with what we've been hearing back at the guild. I don't think we can rule out a connection with what we're here to investigate either. Yeah, wish you'd told us that back when we were at Vern's HQ. I'm sorry, I couldn't really mention it in front of the CEO. Thanks for this. This is all great to know, so the guild will keep it in mind too. If anything else happens, could you let us know right away? Candy, thanks for coming all the way over here. I know you're here due to business with the Vern Company, but you should avoid any suspicious moves while you're at it. Got it, me lord. We'll be sure to follow your lead and be on our best behavior. You can start with axing the snark. Here we go again. Well, see you later, everyone. Did you have to pick a fight with them when they just helped us out? It's fine. We're better off keeping the guild at arm's length while we're here. Well, let me just say again that I really do appreciate you coming to my rescue. But was there something you needed me for when you called me earlier? Oh yeah, almost forgot. There was something we wanted to discuss with you, actually. So you want to go inside the Institute of Science, do you? You're right that only Agnes has the authority to do that. And I wish I could help all of you get through with her, but I can't upgrade your card. You'd need to speak to this guy right here. Let me see your card. Received C rank ID certification. Oh, the writing on it changed. You're C rank just like me now, which means you could go inside the Institute. We really owe you one. You sure it's okay to do stuff like this without running it by that CEO first, though? Basel's run by 3 groups: the Vern Company, the Institute of Science, and the Artisans Guild. I'm the head of the 3rd one, so I don't need anyone's approval but my own for stuff like this. Besides, you saved the professor's favorite youngin'. I wouldn't be fit to call myself an artisan of Basel if I didn't find some way to thank you. Supervisor. Can't argue with that. Thanks a lot. Just out of curiosity, is C as far as you can upgrade our card? You got guts on you, kid. You call yourself a Spriggan, right? Can't say I'd peg you as the squeaky clean type, but I've got a feeling you could do some good work where the guild can't. I could bump your card's rank up to B if I feel like you've earned it, so keep up the good work. I thought he'd be more of a stubborn old mule, but he's more lax than I gave him credit for. I think it's more he just trusts us a little. Well, his trust in you makes me feel better about helping you too. That card's all you need to get into the Institute, but how about I show you the way there? Think of it as my way of saying thank you for saving me. Are you leaving, Cotter? I am, but you're coming with. Thanks for the help earlier, Zeros. Could you take care of things here while I'm gone? So their names are Fio and Zeros. They're amazing. Yeah, they're like loyal animal friends straight out of a fairy tale. The black one looks rad, in my opinion. Glad you can appreciate their brilliance. They are autonomous orbital drones based on hollow AIs, if I recall. I've heard about the technology involved to create them. I didn't expect to see both a floating support type and a ground-based offensive type while in the field, though. You're very well informed. My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Risette Twining, and I'm a concierge for Marduk Total Security Company, currently supporting Arkwright Solutions in their endeavors. Well, that explains how you know so much. But hold on, didn't you say this request is from... I thought Marduk sponsors were covertly at odds with the Principality. So how did you end up establishing such a bizarre group like this? I ask myself the same thing every day. Might as well resign yourself to your fate. It was clearly Arusha's guidance that brought us together. That and Mr. Arkwright's personal magnetism. How am I getting bundled with the goddess here? Guess I'll just have to let it go for now. Anyway, the Aerotram boarding platform is this way. You'll be able to use it now that your car's been upgraded. And I do believe I can now swap his gear around. Perfect. Just gonna pull up my screenshots here. Where did that go? Tell me it went up on... Wait, where? Dumb. Is that not coming to the forefront? So it's slightly annoying. Oh, yeah, there we go. Add red metal grant. Red metal was Rot, Freeze, Death Blow. What if we put the rail ring? For the time being. That also seems like it could be quite useful. Ailments are more important right now. The EP cost up is worrying, but oh no! I didn't. Alright. I didn't screenshot well.
新たなスキルです。スキルが更新されました。属性専用スロットです。新たなスキルです。
Aftercast delay is longer. But that's another arts damage boost.
スキルが更新されました。
I don't know why. I don't know how I messed that up. Alright, well, just have to wing it.
スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。属性専用スロットです。新たなスキルです。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。スキルが更新されました。
And I had something space focused on him. Probably this one. Alright. I also didn't change I don't remember what I had on here. Alright. Good enough.
よカトル、後で手伝ってくれねえか。
後で伺いますね。
Alright. That wasn't fair. You cheated. You didn't outdrive me at all. Hey, a win's a win. You're such a sore loser. Always win against me. I deserve to win too. Easy, easy. I'm sorry for butting in like that. Maybe next time we could give Milia a little boost to balance it out, okay? But that wouldn't be fair either. I just want to beat him fair and square, okay? Hey, don't take it out on him for helping. Why can't you just suck it up? This is just great. Huh. Didn't expect to find one of Elaine's co-workers in an argument with some kids. Looks like you could use a hand, too. Hey, fancy running into you here. What happened to the hot shit bracer I bumped into earlier? Can't break up an argument between a couple of kids? You? Goddess, of all the people, if you just want to laugh at me, you could do that later. I'm on official business, so get lost. No, not at all. I apologize if we're interrupting you. It's just that you looked like you were in need of help. So, what are you two arguing about? We heard a bit of the conversation, but could you fill us in? We race each other with RC cars a lot. But Millie is way too good a racer, so she usually wins. She really whooped me today, so I was down in the dumps. But then this really cool bracer came over and offered to help. Oh, aren't you a model bracer, huh? The kids love you. I headed back to the guild after I ran into you guys, but then I came across these two after I started my rounds. The boys' car is a Leno land carrier, just like the one we use at the guild. I can't deny it got me a little curious. One thing led to another and I kinda lent him a hand. Huh. Didn't know they made RC versions of those. I dig it. Even the little tykes can wheel these around. Wait. Hold on a second. Is that a Nightbreaker? Oh, now you mention it. Yeah, it looks exactly like your car, just a different color. They make radio-controlled versions of those too? Yep, they do. I'm a big fan of this model. Hey, you know what's up. When it comes to power, you can't beat an Ingrid. Oh yeah, totally agree with you. What am I watching? So yeah, today was just different. I followed the advice the bracer gave me and I won. I actually won! I beat her for the first time in forever. But Millie is being a real sore loser about it. I beat her fair and square. You didn't beat me fair and square. You had a coach. I've always beaten you all by myself. But now I'm supposed to accept I lost because you got an adult to help you? How is that fair? Oh, come on. It sucks losing all the time. Just let me have this. Beat me by yourself first. If you're happy to cheat, then go race in the Cheaters Club. You can win all you want over there. Hey, you want to say that again? Look, I'm sorry. I realize in retrospect that I shouldn't have gotten involved. So, yeah. This is how it's been for the last minute or so. Yeah, that's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? I got an idea, actually. How do you feel about pairing up with me, young lady? Alvis takes the boy, and then we've got a perfectly fair 2-on-2 rematch. Ooh, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, that works for me. With an adult on my side too, it'll actually be fair. Excellent idea, Mr. Arkrad. This should help them race each other more fairly. Okay, yeah, that's actually a good idea. Guess a broken clock's right twice a day. I see right through you, though. You don't just do things out of the kindness of your heart. You've got an ulterior motive, don't you? No. My intentions are crystal clear as that pickup's paint job. I just don't like seeing my favorite truck lose a rigged race. That's all there is to it, man. Justice. You know, that toes a fine line between genuine swagger and just idiocy. Yeah, he does that. Oh, that works for me. I guess if I sort of squint, I could see your point. So, how do you two feel about it? Does that sound good? Sign me up. I want to show him who's boss. It'll be me and him versus the two of you. One sec. Me too. Last time wasn't just a fluke. Watch. All right, we've got ourselves a match. I won't lose this time. Uh-huh, prove it. That's a relief. The kids are calmed down now that we've figured out a resolution to all this. But now I'm indebted to a Spriggan of all people. Don't let this go to your head, you hear? This doesn't even register on my balance sheet. Just don't hold back, you hear? I'm not going easy on you. This is about more than just you and me, or those two kids. It's Leno versus Ingert. And us Ingert fans, we don't take a loss lying down. Right. Yeesh. You're way more into this than I am. But hey, you've got a point. This is a chance to settle our differences for good and all. So, you know what? Bring it. Wow, everyone's really pumped for this. Van can't help himself when it comes to cars, as we're all aware. Would be nice if this helped him get along better with Alvis, too. We should start by finding a suitable race course. What did you use for your match earlier? It was right here, just a really straight and narrow sprint. I do think we should go somewhere else. We need a proper circuit for this. Yeah, something nice and open. I want that too, but I don't know where. There aren't many open spaces where we won't be getting in anyone's way. I might have an idea, actually. I know a venue that might be willing to host us. I'm not 100% sure, but it's worth asking. Follow me, everyone. I'll see if I can get permission. Catter's suddenly on board. I got involved with Alvis dealing with some kids, and now we're going to be competing with RC cars. As someone who loves Ingert vehicles, I can't afford to lose. Time to get serious. Such a child. Sure, I'm in. Great, to Newtown then. That's where this venue is. Alright, I think I got you. So you want a venue for your RC race? Yes, the Pavilion has hosted RC races in the past, if memory serves. Would you be willing to lend us an event space for a race of our own? Ah, now it's making sense. Well, how could I refuse a request from you, Cotter? I'll talk to the administrator and see what I could do. Our schedule's pretty quiet right now, so they shouldn't have a problem with it. Let's make this the best race you've ever seen. Yay, thank goodness. Now I really can't wait. Huh, didn't think you had inroads with the Pavilion. Nice job calling in those IOUs, Cotter. They do come in handy. I should specify, though, this is more for me. The Pavilion works closely with the Institute and the workshop, so we're well acquainted. Out of curiosity, what kinds of RC cars are you bringing? I'll be using my Leno Land Carrier, and I've got an Ingert Nightbreaker pickup. Oh, wow. Leno and Ingert? Seriously? What? Is that a problem? What's with the alarm? You know those makes, right? I'm a Leno employee who has loved this company for 20 years. I'm an Ingert employee and a fanatic in my own right. And Petra and I get a little spirited when we debate over the two. We'll have a drink and some snacks and just go to town. If this is a battle between Leno and Ingert, then we have to treat this seriously. You bet. This is company pride we're talking. Oh yeah, this race has big implications, way beyond just RC stuff. It's two bitter rivals going at it. And for these young'uns, that can make or break their brand allegiances. It's serious stuff. That sounds a bit extreme. I really don't think it's quite that important. Yeah, they've lost me. Oh, I have an idea. We have some aftermarket parts over in the storehouse. I'll let you two have a sneak peek on me. Don't tell anybody, okay? Oh, would you mind giving us some time to work out the track? We want to make sure it's perfect as could be. Sure, by all means. Yeah, thanks a lot. A few minutes later, I'll go over the rules one more time just to be safe. Team Dick and Team Milia will compete in a 2-on-2 relay format. After 2 laps, the first racer will hand the controls to the second. They will complete 2 more laps for 4 total. The finish line will be right here at the start, understood? The Dick and Milia will lead off their respective teams. Yeah, then Van and Alvis will compete against each other in the second leg. I'm getting really excited. Who's gonna win? Racers, on your marks. Get set, go! Man, they're really fired up. You said it. I'm glad they're having fun. Wait, why am I being all buddy-buddy with you? We're not allies anymore, we're enemies! Sure. With that, the race was off to a thrilling start. Milia climbed out to an early lead with her Nightbreaker. But after negotiating the turns, Dick's land carrier began to catch up down the long straight. He had swapped out its stock motor for an aftermarket sport engine boasting much stronger acceleration. The track favored straight line speed with its series of straightaways, allowing Dick to pull ahead of Milia after the first lap. Not to count Milia out, she closed the gap in the corners with her skillful driving. She had cut the deficit, but she still lagged behind Dick's souped-up machine as their leg of the race came to a close. I'm leading, Alvis. I did it! You sure did. Leave the rest to me, buddy. Dang it, you win this round, Dick. Go get him, Van. You got it. Gave me some nice momentum to work with. With the third lap underway, Van and Alvis tested their mettle. I should have expected as much from a Leno employee's special customization. They really understand this thing's unique qualities. Same here. But neither side has a clear advantage. There's no ace in the hole. What the? Sorry to interrupt. Both of these cars are designed to go off-road, so what's the point in keeping them on the road? Paved roads are hardly their natural habitat, so we decided to spice up the track a bit. This puts every facet of your cars to the test. Oh, that's rad. You guys know how to put on a race. Wow, that's so cool. Man, I wish I could have raced on this. I wonder how I'd have done. Okay, built up a little lead here. Gotta protect that, no mistakes. How do I want to go about this? Cardboard's a big old roadblock, but I'm already behind. What's the play here? Plow through it. No time to lose. Full throttle, baby. Okay. That's not what I expected him to do, but okay. Oh yeah, how's that? Not bad. Got the off-road bit coming up next. This is gonna be good. LCs chew these roads for breakfast. I can't push my grip on this surface, but I can't afford to give up any ground either. Do I hold steady or do I punch it? Stay the course then. Gotta be patient here. Grr, I just can't shake him. Last big curve coming up. The inside line is less distance, but he's gonna want it too. I'll take that inside line, thank you. Oh no you don't. That corner's mine. Gotcha, bitch. Nice language here with the kids. You little... I got one last ace up my sleeve. Get a load of my twin turbo. What the? How'd you get that? Is that even allowed? Yo, this is sick. Wonder if I can get one of these for my truck. Don't you whine to me about the rules. Anything goes, right? Oh, I've never seen a part like that. Wow, he's really proud of that. He was off chatting with Chamberlain about something earlier. I suppose that's what it was. You were sitting on that one for a while, huh? But how? I swapped the motor and everything. You're mine. Oh, man. All four of you really put on a show there. But in the end, only one team could be the winner. On with the results. Leno versus Ingert. The winner of this white-hot relay RC race is the Ingert team led by Captain Milia. Wow, we really did it. They had us there, but you outdrove them in the second half. Way to go. It was nothing. Thanks for letting me tear up the course with your Nightbreaker. I hate to admit it, but you have me beat. Maybe I owe you some respect as a gearhead. Maybe. And you're a really good driver, Alvis. I want to learn how you race like that. But I am not losing to you again, Milia. Best 2 out of 3. You're on. Oh, that was quite the show. I wasn't expecting to end up so invested. Yeah, but I think we've hogged the pavilion long enough with that. Let's bounce. Yeah, I should get back to my rounds. Okay, let's head back to the artisanal district and race there. Yeah, good idea. Well, I'm glad they've mended things. Like that big fight from before never happened. That ballooned a bit, didn't it? But hey, all's well that ends well. I really owe you guys for that. That's our line. How could we say no to a race between two of the audio industry's biggest rivals? Orbital cars aren't just machines, they're the future. They're something that kids and adults both can appreciate. That race was exactly what the Motor Pavilion is all about, spreading the joys of motoring to all. Come on back sometime, will you? Grand Prix may have ended, but Dick and Milia still hungered for racing. Van and company saw them back to the artisanal district, and then made for the Institute.
今週が振り込まれたわ。
I got paid for that? Okay.
Well, まあ悪くねえな。ま、この町ならではだしな。設計はハミルトン博士だったか。
よくご存知ですね。
リゼットさん？ああ、いえ。話だけは聞いていたもので、本当に自分の目で見るとやはり格別なものがありますね。そうですね。私も本が好きなので気持ちはわかります。
October 23rd, 4:02 p.m. Basel Institute of Science. Here we are at the Basel Institute of Science, the place where much of the Republic's most cutting-edge research gets done. It's situated in such a beautiful location, too. The views of the canyon from here are just stunning. Yeah, this area is supposed to be popular with tourists for exactly that reason, though even they need a card right now. This isn't that bad of a spot to sightsee, I guess, but there's no real place to live it up in town. Oh, speaking of tourism, what's that rounded building over there? I've been wondering this whole time. That's the Astronomy Observatory. It's a place where you look at the stars, right? That's right. That's a very powerful telescope that lets you see far more of them than you could with the naked eye. There are many who believe that astronomy is the discipline from which all others draw their roots, even if others disagree. It actually originated in the Central East, if you didn't know. Whoa, really? Pretty sure they were big on stargazing in that fallen empire to the east back in the day, too. This is turning out to be very educational. Huh? So, where would you like to start? I'd be happy to show you around if you want. Nah, it's fine. We're just gonna wander around for a while and see what we find. If you could tell us where the main facilities and research labs are, that'd be plenty. Well, if you're sure. They're marked on the building's map already, but here you go. Well then, I've got work of my own to take care of, so I'll get going now. If anything comes up, you're always welcome to contact me on my Zypha. Thanks. Aw, I was hoping we could stay with him longer. He knows so many cool things. I feel the same way, but it would be difficult. Yeah, he's just gonna get in the way when we start poking our noses around in dark places. I doubt we're gonna get any new 4 SPGs here, but here's hoping we can learn more about this abusive professor, wherever they are. Let's get to work. Remember to act casual and not make it obvious what we're here for. Understood. Oh, this is where it is.
どれどれ
Any side quests? Okay.
やはりかなり広いですね。
少年から聞いた場所を中心に回ってみるぞ。
She's the one who's always in the Orbital Cafe and Edith. I'm a civil engineering major studying under Professor Tane. My family's over in the capital. It's a bit of a trip, but visiting them is a great excuse to do some field study. I haven't been back here in a while. It's a lot tenser than I remember it being. Something just doesn't feel right. She's a student here, huh? You should try talking to her.
聞かせてもらうぜ。
A professor abusing their authority, you say? That's a bit of a stretch to me, not gonna lie. I can say for certain that Professor Cronkite and Professor Tane would never do that. Can't be them. Oh, what makes you so sure of that? Well, so Professor Cronkite's a man of few words, so he could come across as kinda scary. But he means well, really. I mean, he's one of the greatest minds of our time. He lives and breathes science. And then Professor Tane is just really friendly to everybody. He's always looking out for people. He's known the world over for his work in civil engineering and urban planning. The Basel Institute of Science certainly earns this reputation. His faculty are all accomplished scientists and engineers in their own right. Yep, lots of famous people come to study and lecture here. Professor Callahan's a real celebrity too. He's a real whiz when it comes to mechanical engineering. He's the brain behind the military's new weapons. Last I heard though, his new big proposal got shot down in favor of someone else's. Didn't really take that very well. But he's bounced back from what I could tell. He's really putting his all into his new project. I'm really humbled to get to work with so many hardworking and talented people. Hardworking and talented people could still be assholes. Are they good people, is what we're asking? Could you maybe have phrased that a little less aggressively? Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to us. You're a big help. Oh, hello everyone. I didn't think I'd run into you all here. We just finished touring the Epstein Foundation and Zeiss Central Factory branches here, so now we're taking a brief tour of the Institute. There's really not much we could do though, since we can't attend any of the lectures here. Being honest, it's rather boring. Boring for you, maybe. You sound like you already know about a lot of the stuff here. We're not as encyclopedic as you know? All this Epstein and CCS stuff... ZCF stuff is brand new to me. She's just full of secrets, isn't she? But hey, we got to see and learn some really cool stuff because of it. Ren said she might have something extra special for us after we're done here, too. Might is the key word, mine. I can't make any promises. What does she mean by that? Beats me. Not too worried about her. Let her do her thing and us do ours. Second floor. If you need anything from me, I'll just be reading here. We do have plenty of papers here, though I don't know enough about them to make any recommendations. Do handle them with care, though. They're very important papers. Sounds like plenty of students and faculty come his way. That tracks. Maybe he's overheard a word or two about the allegations.
ちょっといいか?
Huh. A power-tripping professor, you say? Well, if it were anybody, I'd put my money on Cronkite. He's awfully quick to dismiss people. Haughty, in a word. Kind and helpful aren't exactly synonymous with him, at least from what I've seen and heard. I see. Have you heard anything about any of the other professors that might relate to these allegations? Let me think now. Well, I can't see Professor Oralee doing anything like that. She's just a bundle of sunshine, not a mean bone in her body. Sometimes I even see her in here picking up research materials for her students. Then there's Professor Callahan. He always made a point of helping out his assistants. He's certainly not a bad person in my view, but he's gotten a bit of a bad rap after his work went south. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. We greatly appreciate it. I'm just gonna run and grab a drink. I'll be right back.
そうですね。
そうだな。
さてと。
さて。
そうですね。
よし。さてと。
I'm back, and I remember to unmute this time.
さて。
Miracle. Miracle. I work as an assistant in Professor Archette's lab over there. I've noticed some troubling things coming out of the other labs, though. This one woman, she's looked absolutely drained every day. I wish there was something I could do to help her, but I really shouldn't go butting into other labs' business. I just hope she has someone she could talk to, be it a coworker, a professor, or someone else. That's a bit fishy there. Might have to ask him about that.
聞かせてもらうぜ。
Workplace harassment. Goodness. I've heard these bits and pieces, but I'm a bit nervous to talk about it. We won't tell anyone, don't worry. Anything helps. I've heard loud shouting from one of the other labs, yes. Stunned me out of the work I was doing. I heard stuff like, "You idiots, can't you do anything right? And you're a disgrace to the Institute, get out!" He's just lashing out at everything and everyone now. It's really disturbing. Which professor was the one doing that? I just can't say it, sorry. If they find out it was me, I'd have hell to pay. It's really gnawing at me. The abuse is only getting worse and worse from what I'm told. I've heard the works: fatigue, depression, exhaustion, even a couple of researchers fainting on the job. That whole department looks visibly shaken these days. The stress is just too much for them. I worry they'll all end up like Cindy. Cindy? What happened to her? She's at her breaking point from what I hear. I hardly see her at the Institute anymore. We've all been trying to support her however we can, but it's rough. It really is. Damn. Yeah, that's not good. Who's the professor helping her, out of curiosity? That would be Professor Esmere. She's in the bioengineering department. She's known the world over for her cutting-edge research, a real upstanding woman. She's always up to her neck in her own work, though she probably doesn't know the extent of the abuse of the other labs. Yeah, thanks for filling us in. This still helps us a lot. Alright, I think we've combed this area over pretty well now. Let's go sit down somewhere and try piecing things together. I recommend that open space at the front of the Institute grounds. I saw some benches there that we could use. Sounds like a plan to me. Alright, we about ready to sit down and get cracking? Well, that was pretty good. We got our hands on some nice info there. We learned a lot of professors' names, too. There's Professor Callahan, the Engineering Science Authority, Professor Orally in the Chemistry Department, Professor Cronkite, a well-respected expert in physics and orbital engineering, and Professor Tain, an architectural researcher. And then one Professor Esmere over in bio. They all sounded really capable, but of course, the stat sheets don't tell the whole story. They all sounded like oddballs in their own right. I think we could pretty safely narrow the perp down to one of those 5. I agree. We have pretty strong evidence to suggest that. Alright, let's take our evidence from the top then. All the people we talked to, all the testimonies, they all had this one thing in common. Ah, I see what you mean. They didn't name the abuser. Not a single one named the culprit. Some of those guys knew who it was, but it kept sounding like they were too scared to name him. Would have made our job a hell of a lot easier if they just named the guy, but nope. Yeah, now that you mention it, that is kind of weird. I can understand not wanting to be labeled a snitch, but it felt like there was more to it than that. They were afraid of the culprit, but you could tell they respected them too. They didn't want to sully this professor's good name. Some people said the guy wasn't always like that. Something changed him. Probably the conflict over that proposal we heard about. Something about hard feelings. That one guy said they had to crunch after the proposal fell through. Telltale sign of abuse to me. That does seem likely, though we can't say for certain what changed that professor's behavior. That would be a reasonable explanation. That said, no circumstance justifies such an abuse of power and status. This professor is truly incorrigible. So, that's who you think the culprit is? Yeah, you ask me, there's only one professor who fits the bill. Professor Callahan. Lost out on a research grant to Professor Cronkite. Professor Callahan's our guy. He's one of the foremost authorities on engineering science, perhaps the smartest man in the whole field. I've seen him in the papers plenty of times before. He's always described as a savant. Notably, he helped modernize the military's weapons and equipment. But he's got revenge on the mind, sounds like. Some other professor one-upped him, and that's got him pissed. I get it sucks, but you'd think a world-renowned scientist would be less childish about it. You'd know a thing or two about acting like a child, wouldn't you? I don't know. You usually call me a grandpa. Which is it, bud? Is now the time? So, what do we do now? We have all the recordings of the people we talked to. That all points to Professor Callahan being the suspect. So, what's our next move? Do we hunt down our client next and give them the tapes? Nah, I'm thinking we get Professor Callahan's opinion on it without accusing him directly. We nudge him in the right direction and he might just turn himself in. What do you mean? Simple. We tell him about these abuse rumors going around, we talk about all these exhausted students, and he connects the dots on his own. Failing that, well, we already know it's him. He's bound to figure out his reputation's on the line the more he hears about this. If he's smart, he'll fess up. So that's what we do. We give him a subtle little nudge, and he does all the work El Saim wanted for us. 2 birds with 1 stone right there. That sounds really scheming. I'm not so sure we're the good guys all of a sudden. Well, it is a quintessentially Spriggan-like way of solving our problem. Fine by me. To the Power Trippers lab then? Actually, where is it? I don't remember seeing it while we were taking our tour. I suspect it's in this special research building. We'd need some form of clearance to enter, of course. We passed by a door with a guard in front earlier. They wouldn't let any ordinary civilian inside. I suspect we would need an A-rank card at the very least. It was hard enough for us to get a C-rank card. I think getting an A-rank one is off the table. What should we do then? Maybe wait for him to leave the building and ambush him? Nah, old Van's the man with the plan. All that matters is that we get inside the building. Doesn't matter how we do it. And being a Spriggan, I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. Van? You're kinda scaring me with that smile there. We defer to you. What's your strategy, Master Spriggan? So first, we just roll on up to the building like anybody else would. Once we get there, we convince the guard to let us in. Just act naturally and we're golden. Man. Excuse me, is this where we can find Professor Callahan? We're here to speak with him. Right, yes. May I see your card, sir? Of course. Van handed over his certification card. C-rank. Sorry, but I can't let you in without the proper security clearance. If you don't mind me asking, what business do you have with him to begin with? Glad you asked. We're here on behalf of the Principality of El Said. We figured there was an appointment for us, but we just now found out that they didn't set anything up. Sorry for the inconvenience. We wanted to inquire about Professor Callahan's new research. It's caught our investors' interest. His findings have seismic implications. Even the Zypha revolution would be small potatoes compared to this. So we looked into meeting up with him and collaborating on his research, only to learn that Marduk was interested in the same thing. So now we've got ourselves a three-way partnership here. I am here on the Marduk Company's behalf. I'm a concierge in their employ. So, you're meeting with him to discuss a grant, is that right? I'm a bit surprised to hear both El Saim and Marduk are collaborating on this, but, well, stranger things have happened, I guess. I apologize for the inconvenience. That said, who are these children with you? Surely they're not employees. Pardon? I'm not a kid, I'm just short. They're associates of an El Saim VIP, pardon them. They're here on El Saim's behalf as well, so they were looking to sit in on our meeting. This is a little awkward though. We came all the way from El Saim just to get turned away at the door on a technicality. I'm not sure what to tell them when we get back home. I really am sorry. There's clearly been some kind of a mix-up here. Your arrangement might have been lost in the shuffle with all the Arama students visiting. You must have been issued the same rank card as them by mistake. I'll go clear this up with Professor Callahan. 1 minute, please. Of course, we'll be waiting. Sure you're okay with him calling your bluff? Of course, who's he to turn down grant money? That ain't what we're really here for, but he just has to take the bait. Thank you for your patience. The professor would like to meet with you at once. Go right in. Thank you very much. Can't believe you managed to deceive your way past someone again. Hey, nothing I said was a lie. Not my fault if someone else takes what I said the wrong way. Bet you tell yourself that every single time, huh? Yeah, you must be a real pro at this. Barry's impressed. I mean, it's not something to be proud of, as your sudden embarrassment suggests. I wish you would at least stop to think about the bad influence you might be having on Fairy.
なん癖をつける気かね、クロンカイト君。
いいえ、先生の最新研究が原因だとは言っていません。それに先生の今回のアプローチは個人的にもなかなか興味深くはある。
ほ
う。ですが、こちらのプロジェクトもそろそろ佳境に入っていましてね。動力網はともかく、ネットトラフィックのトラブルだけは勘弁していただきたい。
だからそれが私の生徒でも言うのかね。博士の門下だからといってこれ以上の無礼は。
So sorry for the delay. Oh. The devil are you? This is a restricted area, you know? Not to worry, we have permission to be here. Could either of you direct us to Professor David Callahan's office? Ah, so you're the ones I just heard about. We're finished here, Cronkite. Now, if you would all follow me. Dang, Professors Cronkite and Callahan. Huh? Funny running into you guys here. Whoops. We could say the same thing. Mr. Arkride, do you have business here? Cotter. What are you doing here, Silesion? And who are these people with you? They are students here on an educational visitation from the capital. I've been assisting them during their stay. Professor Cronkite was gracious enough to extend us an invitation to visit him when we happened to see each other in town. So we asked Mr. Silesion if he could lead the way. I do not believe I invited anyone but you, nor did I imply we should meet quite this soon. But I suppose chasing you away here would be more work than just humoring you. Very well, follow me. Really? It would be nothing short of incredible to see your work up close, Professor Cronkite. Huh. Well, we'll get out of your hair now. We apologize for the interruption. I can see that you're very busy, but it would be a pleasure to speak more on another occasion, Professor Callahan. Oh? Huh. I suppose that could be arranged. Must be nice to have enough free time to spend on such frivolous nonsense as educational visitations. Well, come with me. I want to make this brief. Of course, Professor.
待ってください。その話、できれば僕も立ち会わせてもらえませんか？一応彼らを案内した身として無関係ではなさそうなので。
10分休憩にする。遅れずに戻るように。
Yes, Professor. Excuse us. They don't look so hot. Professor David Callahan.
改めてデビッド・キャラハンだ。エルザイムとマルドック社から投資がしたいという話だったな。背景を考えると興味深い組み合わせだが、どういう風の吹き回しかね。
Is that what you were told? There seems to have been a misunderstanding then. We are currently working for Al Saim, and we do have a Marduk employee with us, but that's all. What? We're currently in the middle of an investigation, you see, and a lead happened to bring us here. Wanted to follow up on a rumor that some extreme abuse of power has been taking place in a laboratory here. That's the face of a guy who's got something to tell. Who asked you to investigate this? Couldn't tell you, didn't leave their name, but they did tell us all about what's been happening. We've heard all about the ridiculous workloads and insane hours they and their colleagues have been forced to endure. About how they're never allowed any rest, are woefully underpaid, and how they receive vicious, constant verbal abuse from their superior. Even to the point that someone collapsed from overwork and has been driven to the brink of suicide. That's just... We have all the testimony and evidence we need to act if that's what it comes to. But we thought it better to come and hear your thoughts first. Excuse me? It's not too late to turn things around. So many people we spoke to were quick to say that you weren't always like this. They mentioned how they almost had trouble believing just what you'd become. You could see how afraid people are of you now, and how they dislike what you've become. But at the same time, we could see how deeply they respect you too. We're not heroes of justice like the cops or the guild. We're just about finding common ground and putting things to right. As long as you're willing to work with us, we can... That is enough! Don't talk to me about respect and then immediately resort to blackmail. I cannot believe one of my assistants would try to set me up like this. Unbelievable. I give them a golden chance to help me obtain glory beyond their imagination, and this is how they choose to repay me? How could you say that? You know, we've got evidence of what you're doing, right? Sure you want to pick this fight? Do what you will with your evidence. All I have to do is cover it up. No one's going to believe some lowly assistants over an esteemed professor. Professor. I am 2 mere steps away from completing my research, and they pick now to sabotage my efforts? Very well. Then damn the human cost. I'll start working them to the bone to make up for their...
いい加減にしてください、キャラハン先生。一体どうしてしまったんですか？あれだけ面倒見の良かったあなたが、博士も一目置いていたあなたが、ハミルトン門下である僕にも昔はいろいろと指南してくれて、なのに最近は博士の功績を否定するようなことばかり。
Cotter. I suspected as much.
いえ、それはいい。あくまで先生と僕たちの問題でしょう。でも、せめて考え直してください。あなたに憧れて助手となった皆さんを、どうか貶めないであげてください。
サリシオン君、調子に乗るんじゃないでちこそが。
Cotter, what do you think you're doing? Listen, asshole.
私はデビッド・キャラハンだぞ。カルバードの国防を支えてきた物理工学と軍事技術の第一人者だ。クロンカイトといい、エスメレーといい、若造どもがいい気になるのもこれまでだ。私の最新研究は共和国をさらに押し上げ、いや、大陸の勢力図すら一変させる。それが手伝える栄誉がなぜわからない。
先生。
Well, you're free to have whatever lofty goals you want. But I think we've had our 10 minutes, don't you? Oh. We came here to explain the situation and offer a solution we thought would benefit everyone. You're welcome to try and cover up all the evidence and testimonies we've gathered, but I promise you, it ain't gonna be easy. If you're as close to this revolution as you claim to be, then I'd give it another thinking through if I were you. Huh. I am done wasting time with you. I will be raising the issue of your illegal trespassing and appalling brazenness with Mr. Towsend. I admit that I may have been a little too harsh. But as long as you intend to cling to Professor Hamilton instead of aiming for something more, I have no interest in you. Unless you now see the benefits of developing your talents under me after all. I would wager that would be a far better use of your time than waiting like a little girl for an old woman who's long gone. Excuse me. Cotter. Pardon us. You're a piece of shit, buddy. He's got some identity issues. Something happened to him when he was younger, and Van picked up on it right away, asking what pronouns to use with him, but they didn't, unfortunately, go into the details behind that in this game. I suspect we'll have like a character arc for him in the next game going into that. So comments like that hit him particularly hard. Sorry you had to witness that earlier, but I'm impressed you knew where to find me. Just had a feeling. We're happy to forget what we saw as long as you forget about us forcing our way into the research building. Van, behave. You could go ahead and have a seat over there. I'll go make us some tea. So there aren't actually any astronomy professors here? Not at the moment. I'm the only one who comes here every day right now. But there was a time when quite a few researchers and students who all adored Professor Hamilton would come. Even Professor Callahan would from time to time. Oh. He never used to be like he is now. He's always seen Professor Hamilton as a rival, sure. But it used to be the friendly kind of rivalry that was beneficial to both sides. He taught me so much, too. He really must have changed then. Yeah, from that to the uptight, abusive asshole we saw earlier is some kind of fall. Professor Hamilton left the Republic 2 years ago, if I recall. And you're one of her students? That's right. I owe more to her than I can ever hope to repay. I've been looking after the observatory and her house since she left the country. though I think it's debatable whether I'm doing a good job of it. The CEO of Vern, Mr. Towson, is also one of the directors on the Institute's board. And he told me that he's considering shutting this place down because so few people are using it. Yeah, he's doing that to try and blackmail Cotter into doing his dirty work. Oh no. So that's why you've been doing all kinds of miscellaneous tasks to score points with him. That's awful. I really am sorry about earlier though. I ended up interfering in your investigation by jumping in, didn't I? If I hadn't said anything. Don't sweat it. We ended up getting some useful info out of that whole outburst. My guess is you've noticed this by now too. But his piss-poor attitude isn't the only bad thing going on with him. You really think so? I have the same feeling. It would explain why someone so respected has stooped to such irrational behavior. Feels like the question is, what is he trying to do that he's willing to go so far off the deep end for it? The computer hardware in his laboratory was state-of-the-art. I suspect he's using it to perform vast calculations. The kind that would be equally difficult to properly manage. I agree. I've never seen a simulation of this extent before, and it seemed even that wasn't getting the results he wanted. Couldn't be. No. But that would... I see now. Well, we'd better keep an eye on that guy for a while. We ain't in Basel for that long, but we're gonna be here for the next couple of days at least. Feels like we can afford to scratch each other's backs a bit, yeah? Whether that CEO wants us to or not. Alright, I do have my doubts about you, but I believe that Annius is worthy of my trust. So if anything comes up, I'll be sure to let you know. To keep what the professor left behind safe, if nothing else. Nothing comes from not being honest with yourself, you know? We'll be counting on you, Catter. Sure seems like he's being honest with himself to me. Not trusting you is the right call. Oh, you are very much in the same boat with how boorish you are. Excuse me? You trying to pick a fight, kiddo? That's only proving my point, you know? Are you interested in the telescope? I was just wondering what it's like, that's all. It's only just past 5 o'clock, so we won't be getting a great view of the stars quite yet. But come with me. You still might be able to get a good view of the Great Shedder Triangle. Really? Yay! Aw. Of course the two kids of the group would hit it off. You're also still a damn kid from my perspective. By the way, Annius, was it just me, or did you seem surprised by something when that professor was shouting up a storm? Wasn't just you. So it picked then of all times to shine. It's not doing it now, though. You think it could just be a coincidence? You gotta wonder. Not like it'd be the first time it shone at an odd time, like when we first ran into Grimcat. Why?
本当で見つからなかったからここじゃないかと思ってね。
そりゃわざわざご苦労さんだ。
別にあんたに会いに来たわけじゃないけどな。
これが噂の大望遠鏡。帝国博物館でも見ましたけど。ああ、
ひょっとして私たちも見れちゃったり？
久しぶりだな。ここがこんなに賑やかなのは。
October 23rd, 6:10 p.m. famous Rosette boat right now. Well, we'll be going back to our hotel now. Sure thing. Try not to stay up too late just because no one is keeping an eye on you. That telescope was amazing though, wasn't it? I wish we could have had another look through it before we left. How about you come and walk around with us some on the last day, Fairy? We'd love to have you. Really? Your work sounds amazing, so I'd like that a lot. I'll just leave playtime to the kids then. I'm more in the market for a place catered to adults. Hell, you want to join in on the fun Four Eyes? I would never go to such a place. That sounds like it'd be kind of fun in its own way. It was nice to finally meet the famous Rosette, too. Maybe we could talk some more another... Oh, yes, I would like that very much indeed. Yay, then it's happening. Did you notice? Yeah, you managed to learn anything on your end? I'm afraid not. We heard something interesting from that genius professor, but that's about it. I'm not going to have much free time here, however, so I'm going to have to leave it to that nose of yours this time. Dumping all the work on me, huh? Great. Ah, here's the tram. And we bid you all farewell. I should be able to meet you tomorrow morning at around 8 o'clock. I know it's a little early for good nights, but I hope you all have one regardless. Same to you. See you tomorrow. Sleep tight. Those trams are pretty big. So, what's eating away at you, phony maid? Is something up? Can't hide a thing from him.
やはり隠し事はできませんね。実は今回のこの状況、どこか心当たりがありまして。
Deja vu. Your main job's being a concierge, but you also handle crisis management all over the country, right? So, which does this orbital net and distribution network issue make you think of more? Lie Barrel 6 years ago or Crossbell 4 years ago?
さすがはバン様。
I'm sure I've heard both of those things before, but... Yeah, I think Sal's mentioned them at some point too. 6 years ago in Lie Barrel was the orbital shutdown phenomenon. And 4 years ago in Crossbell was the Azure Tree incident. The former was when all orbital power was shut off by the appearance of an ancient floating city. The latter was when the orbital network was used to perform a man-made miracle. I never witnessed them firsthand, so there's a lot of gaps in what I know. But both were caused by things you wouldn't think could exist. Man, I think you'd made up both events if I didn't know better. I know what happened a year and a half ago in Crossbell, and that's just as batshit crazy on paper. Oh, when the whole continent was hacked or whatever the word is?
本社の機密情報に当たるため、詳細は差し控えさせてください。ですが、その2件とはまた違った意味で、想定外の危機につながるかもしれません。
Huh. Well, Miss Perfect's Genesis started glowing again. There's bound to be something. No way this ends without giving us a headache. Yeah, we're gonna need to be ready for trouble. You gotta head out somewhere now, right? I'll come with you if you want.
本当にお見通しですね。
We might have only met in person recently, but I've known you for a real long time now. Whenever you stumble on a major problem brewing, you gotta report it to HQ, right?
ええ、本件は高度 E に抵触。ですが、同行者の制限はありません。 巡回ついでにご一緒していただいても。
More than all right. Let's get going. Wait. It's not just you two here, you know. Don't even think of leaving us out. I don't mind taking one of you, but the other's gonna have to stay behind. Someone will need to be available if Agnes or that boy we met decide to call. Right, that makes sense. Fine, then come on. Who are you taking? I think I took Aaron last time. I think. So I'll take Fairy this time. So, where do you have to go to give your report? Your company's headquarters isn't even in Calvard, is it? There's a bit of a process involved for security reasons. For starters, we need to leave the city towards the canyon. This needn't take priority over any other work you would like to do, however. I see now. Got it. We'll head over once we've walked around a little then. Alright. Just gonna run to the bathroom before we continue. Alright, I'm back. Oh.
どれどれ
Looks like we had a 4 SPG. QA testing, again. I finished the latest version of my AR mystery game, and I'd love for you to test it out. If you solve all the puzzles and give me your thoughts on the experience, I'd be happy to reward you. I'll be waiting at the tunnel in the artisanal district. Percy. So this way leads down to a mine, does it? That would make an excellent backdrop for a game, but nah, it's probably too dangerous down there. Hey there, Arkride Solutions. You had a request for us? Well, I didn't expect you to help me out again. Thank you. Figured we'd at least hear you out. What's got you all the way out in Basel, anyhow? Especially all the way out here in the dark. You ain't up to something shady, are you? Oh, I'm just scouting locations for my new game. It has a mystery theme, so it only makes sense for it to be dark and secretive. Let's get down to business then, if that's alright with you. I worked with a really bright friend of mine on this concept, so if I can iron out all the kinks, I'm sure it'll be a hit. You'll solve a series of puzzles all while using these special gimmicks that fit Basel hand in glove. Oh, what kind of gimmicks? Well, it would spoil the fun if I just told you. Here, have this leaflet. Let's see here. Urgent message from HQ. Catch the rogue hacker on the loose in Basel. HQ will track the target's movements and relay them to you ASAP. All transmissions will be sent in code to avoid leaking information. Decode the messages and apprehend the hacker. Secret agents, huh? Alright, I'll bite. Decoding our messages forms the puzzle aspect of the game. Exactly. Sounds fun, right? I think we really knocked it out of the park with this one. So, what do you think? Interested in giving it a shot? Sure, we got our other work taken care of, why not? Awesome, I was hoping you'd be up for it. Let me put your names down under the tester group real quick. There's another tester working through the game right now, so see if you can solve the puzzle before they do. I see, I didn't realize we weren't the only testers at the moment. Yeah, I'm sending applications all over the place. My other tester started just a few minutes ago. I've got a special reward for whoever beats the game first, so good luck. Well, now we gotta win. Well, good luck. I'll be waiting from the sidelines to make sure everything's running smoothly. I'll be watching from the sidelines to make sure everything's running smoothly. There he goes. So now, we don't even have our first message yet. This is true. He did say that HQ would send us messages, but, how? HQ to Spriggan. We found traces of the hacker in the artisanal district. Investigate the Sooted Triad. Whoa. I don't recognize this address at all. I think it really is him. This first riddle should be easy to solve. I imagine it's like a warm-up. Makes sense. Let's get cracking then. Well, if there ever were a sooted triad, this would be it. Not the easiest first riddle in the world. There are chimneys everywhere around here. Indeed, it does make sense for a district this industrious. And it looks like we're not the first to make it this far either. Shh. I walked around this damn place for ages and it was right here this whole time. Maybe he's the other tester we heard about. And here's the next set of instructions. It's almost like he's watching us. Normally I would assume the same, but I imagine at least one of us would have noticed them if they were tracking us by hand. I think we're receiving these messages automatically based on our Zypha location data. I didn't know you could do that. Or is this something his helper worked on, maybe? That'd make sense. Got a lot to think about once this is done, but that can wait. Let's look at this next message real quick. HQ to Spriggan. The hacker's long gone from this area, unfortunately. We picked up another trail elsewhere in the artisanal district, though. Investigate the Bat's Roost. BAT. Yeah, go fig. Of course there's more to it than that. Talk about cryptic. The hell's a bat? All caps. Ordinarily, I would assume the mammal, but given how it's written, I would imagine it's alluding to something else. And at any rate, we didn't encounter any bats in the mine, if memory serves. Feel like I've seen these letters somewhere else in the city. I just don't remember where. The roost part makes me think there's some place they all come back to, or that they're normally out and about. Keep your eyes peeled for anything that fits that description. This one sounds more specific. The Basel Aerotram. Well, this is the Aerotram station, and I think we struck gold here. Ah, right, that does make sense. BAT is an acronym for the Basel Aerotram. Oh, now I get it. They all stop to roost here. And boom, there's the next message. HQ to Spriggan. The hacker has made their way toward Newtown. Board the tram and pursue them. Straightforward enough, this one. Yeah, let's hop on. Says offer. This does offer an exceptional view, especially at night. Oh, I see a familiar face took the tram just before we did. Let's see here. Well, if it ain't the Aramis kid we bumped into earlier. He's been one step ahead of us the whole time. I feel like I'm too slow. And I remember when I was all held up about beating people to the punch like that. Youth, huh? Well, wait, you're still young, aren't you? Looks like they've already made their move. Looks like it. So, now what? HQ to Spriggan. We found new traces of the hacker. Disregard the kitty for now. Your target is Z-Cat number 1. Disregard the kitty. Well, they said to disregard the kitty, so might help to write it out on paper. Would it really? I don't see how. I got a pretty good idea of where the objective is. I could see it on that sign over there. Let's head on over and take a look. Cat, huh? The cats have to do with the orbital net. Oh, her. That comment about seeing it on the sign threw me off the first time. What they're looking for is you to scratch out cat, so it says Z1. The race car. And here we are. Z-Cat number 1 minus the cat, a Z1 race car. Oh, I get it. Take the cat out of Z-Cat number 1 and you get Z1. Our next message should be arriving shortly. Yep, stay sharp, gang. Well, that was anticlimactic. Let's see here. Yo, you in the game too? Yeah, I guess so. Didn't know there were other people doing this. HQ to Spriggan. The hacker got away. But their tracks are fresh. They should still be nearby. Head for coordinate marker something WX, something BC, something something. Oh, what the hell is this? Doesn't make a lick of sense. But I really don't want to lose to these guys. Gotta think this one over. Well, I'm heading out. Catch you later. Have fun. Best of luck out there. Let's try and figure this one out. I suspect that we need to fill in the square marks with letters. Once we complete the sequence, the phrase will come together. Yeah, and once we have the full phrase, the rest is a cakewalk from there. Let's follow the code and see what we find.
Basel モーターパビリオンへようこそ。こちらでは目の何をするの？何をするの？目的をセットしたわよ。
So, first floor is Vern Arms, second is Vern Store. The building itself is Vern Plaza. Vern Arms, or VA, that lines up with the code. Ah, this is making my head spin. We did crack this code quickly. That bodes well for us. Oh ho, would you look at that? Another message. P.S. From the engineer, a pair of ZCF goggles will spell your way. ZCF goggles can be found at the Vern store if memory serves. Didn't ZCF come up earlier? Yes, ZCF is the Liberal Kingdom's principal engineering company. They were notable for building the first orbital airships. So now we got Liberalian goods in the picture. That really makes me think it's her. Anyhow, let's go get those goggles. Hey, yeah, quick question. You guys stock ZCF goggles? We sure do. Here's a pair for you. It will spell your way, the riddle said. Is there writing on them? I don't see anything on the frame, so... Oh, the lens, perhaps? Oh, I see the words. Await the aero tram. The bench will beckon. Guess we just gotta follow the breadcrumbs now. The aero tram is just up the stairs. Let us make haste. VA, VA. They don't mean Vern Arms, do they? What else could it be? Ah, I hate this puzzle shit. I don't get these riddles at all. Looks like we're a step ahead this time. We did it. Now all we have to do is head for the bench. Roger, roger. Barry's quite competitive about this. Well, if it ain't the student council prez. Figured you had a hand in this.
見つかっちゃったわね。こんばんは。裏解決屋さん。
What? Ren, why are you here? Glad I at least caught someone by surprise. It's more fun that way. So how'd you get roped into all this? Well, I happen to know the game master through the net, you see. He'd been putting out all these fascinating riddles online. I figured I might as well reach out to him. We got in touch and eventually came up with the idea of this game. And what better setting for a cyber-themed story than Basel? I even got to try out this new mail API that I've been tinkering with. I learned quite a lot from this little exercise. You just know everyone ever? Jeez. I did learn about your hacking exploits as Kitty through MK's database. But I didn't realize your talent spanned far more than just security. Heh, thank you. I still have much to learn, of course. Oh, there he is now. Must have fell behind somewhere. Huh. I was wondering why you were here. This was just an excuse to work with that Percy guy, wasn't it? This is all just stupid. Council president broke our own curfew for this shit? Oh, don't single me out, you meanie. I just so happened to hear from someone about a bored-looking Aramis student wandering around the city past curfew. Imagine my shock upon learning it was none other than you. So, James, did you have fun being a naughty little boy? Huh, barely felt a thing. All that effort for a dud of a game. Oh, but I'd sworn I heard you racking your brain a bit at some of those riddles there. Okay, fine. They did make me think a little, kinda. That's excellent news. I'm sure he'll be happy to hear it. Wait, so did you really make that auto-send API thing for the emails? Like, you made that from scratch? How the hell are you even real? No wonder Ronald and I don't measure up. Well, fine, I admit it. You're pretty damn good. Ah, thanks. The flattery will get you nowhere, mister. Oh, and would you mind keeping tonight our little secret? I'm not sure what I'd say if, as you mentioned, everyone found out I was breaking my own rules. Sure. Just as long as you keep me a secret too. I'm not privy to the specifics here, but it looks like they've worked things out. Yeah, just kids being kids. Ronald, eh? So he's the other brain cell in James's group. At least things have settled down now. Percy shortly arrived on the scene, and the participants gave him their impressions of the game. Well, good work everyone, and thank you for the rave reviews. I owe a special shout out to Ren. Without her, none of this would have been possible. Well, think nothing of it. Thank you for having me. If you ever get the idea for some other game, do let me know. Heh, you got it. Thanks a bunch. Man, I never thought my online friend would be a high schooler. You're really something special. I mean, how the heck did you learn so much about the Orbital Net at your age? I feel like you're gonna leave me behind if I'm not careful. I gotta branch out and level up my programming skills. Best of luck with that, pal. Gotta say, this is all pretty fun, so I'd be down to try whatever you come up with next. Thank you. Still have a lot of kinks to iron out for sure. But I might be able to go public soon. It's almost ready for average Joes and Janes, I think. Now here's a little prize for you guys, since you got here first and all. Again, thank you so much for participating. Look forward to the next game. With the game wrapped up, Percy excused himself to mull over his feedback. And Ren and James snuck back to the hotel for the night.
任務完了。お疲れ様でした。報酬が振り込まれたわ。ご利用には認証カードをご用意の上。
エアロトラム最高だな。
Wait, what was the special prize that I got? Ah, Van. Yo, what's up? You doing some puzzle solving? Mm-hmm. We're going over all the information we gathered. Man, there was so much to see. And then there was that surprise right at the end. I know, right? I think I could use a break, though. There's only so much stuff my brain can handle. I'm full. Now, don't just wander around town aimlessly, okay? You won't have a cohesive report without cohesive research. You should pick a direction and stick to it, then soak up as much info as you can tomorrow. Okay. There's the student council pres side of her. Push comes to shove, she's right on top of things. I understand you have plenty of schoolwork to tend to, Miss Claudel, but please make sure to get enough sleep as well. Don't worry, I will. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Professor Cronkite's research is super fascinating. Even I'm learning new things. They say his work will be the future, and they're not lying. I heard he even had a leading hand in Zypha development. I've only seen little hints of his discoveries, though. What more is he hiding in that head of his? Maybe I shouldn't dive too deep into that for this report. I'll just stick to what we all know. No way that's high school level research she's doing. Indeed, I pity the teacher tasked with reading her reports. Such information density was not meant for human minds. What about you, James? Puzzle game, huh? Feel like they're just toying with me. But, guess it wasn't the worst way to kill some time. Might as well hit the sack early tonight. Alright. Now it's time to go continue the story. Oh, wait. I have no CP on Van. Do I have any combat tonight? Maybe not. If that's the case, doesn't matter. Alright. This area do the trick?
ええ、位置も良さそうです。
What's that?
「パラボリックシャード展開」「サテライト通信へ移行します」。
What is that? Again? Some of our research was supposedly used in making it too. What does it feel? I didn't just imagine that, did I? A low-altitude communication satellite flying 900 Sulge off the ground under the Sea of Stars. One of the many cutting-edge orbits you guys are operating in secret, huh?
ええ、ベルヌとも技術提携し、共和国大統領府も黙認しています。
Huh.
運用成果と引き換えではありますが。
Sounds like him, all right. So this is how you report to HQ without the risk of anyone listening in.
はい。すでにバーゼル経由の動力ネット網は危険だと判断しました。高度 E 案件として本社のメイン AI が解析、危険度評価を開始するでしょう。
Must make things easy just having a computer do everything for you.
バンさん、リゼットさんも。
There's two sides to every coin, as the saying goes. Marduk ain't the only one whose tech level is off the charts. Hell, it's not even tech. It goes for martial arts, magic, and the like, too. The Genesis and Almada are much different. But whether something's above board or not, it all comes down to how you choose to grapple with it. You should try and keep that in mind.
人は女神の息吹を受ける炎、どうきらめくかですか。考えてみます。この先もバンさんやアニエスさんたちと。
That's good enough for me. You don't mind me telling the other two all this happened here, by the way?
ええ、問題ありません。社内規定的にはややグレーですが、それもまた裏解決やらしいかと。
Hey, look at that. Seems I can't stop rubbing off on people.
ええ、自分でもそう思います。
こんばんは、皆さん。夜分すみません。お休みかと思ったんですが。
Oh, it's you. Wait. May have seen the satellite from the observatory, yes. I was just calling to ask for your help with something. So over at the Institute not too long ago, we... Got it. We're meeting at the main gate, right? We'll be there in 20. We'll have to let Aaron know, too.
仕込みは上々。楽しくなりそうじゃないか。まあ、奴に任せるのだけは気に食わないけどね。
彼もまた私と同じ管理人。確実に成し遂げるでしょう。そちらも機を逃しませんよ。
誰に言ってんだい、人形娘が。
いずれにせよ最後に向けての外せぬ一戦となろう。彼同様、今回はそちらも存分に見せてもらうぞ。黄金の輝きを。
契約であれば存分に。それでは今夜はこれで。
October 23rd, 10:05 p.m. Hila, Alexandre,
皆さん
and
お疲れ様です。
Olympia. Yep, hey there. Wait a sec. Haven't we met this chick? That's right, earlier today.
ああ、あなたたちは。
面識があったんですか？こちらは博士の直弟子の一人、エスメレイ准教授です。
カトル君の姉弟子にあたるエスメレイ・アーチェットです。
Oh, Professor Archette, I see. That Nadir guy that we talked to earlier.
まさかあなたたちが噂の裏解決屋さんだったなんて。ああ、さっきも思ったけどやっぱり可愛い。
エレネ、そんな場合じゃないってば。先に帰るように言ったんですが、どうしても協力したいって聞かなくて。
もう水臭いよ、カトル君は。お姉ちゃんとして居合わせた以上は放っておけるわけないでしょ。
お姉ちゃんってただの姉弟子じゃない。
ただのなんてひどい。そんなカトル君にはこうだ。
やめてよ、エレネ。
Man, think we could swap bodies for a sec, kiddo? Well, the more people familiar with this place that we have to show us around, the better. The bigger our group, the higher our chances of finding this intruder we're here for. That's true. I didn't see them directly, just to be clear. But Fio's sensors detected an unregistered individual entering the building. So they didn't use that stupid card to get in there. It's also worth considering that the security system used here is too advanced for just anyone to be able to slip through it. I would consider that this could be Fio's sensors malfunctioning, but as it is a drone based on Zypha technology, I very much doubt it. The reading is correct, I am sure. Well, let's see what we could do. We might find ourselves stumbling on clues we couldn't find earlier today if we're lucky. We're taking you two with us, but just be careful, okay? We'll be fine. We have Fio and Zeros with us after all. Let's get to work. Engaging search mode. Wouldn't kill us to be more tense here. The Institute is so moody at this time of night. Oh, feeling scared? Of course not. A Kruga warrior would never be afraid of something like ghosts. I'm not remembering all the ghost stories I heard at school or anything. That would be silly. Alright, alright. Small quantity of residual shards detected. Shards? Here? So someone used their Zypha here. Let's have a quick look around just in case.
食堂も怪しいが、まずは
She was spying on us from here. In that scene.
残留シャード再感知。
さっきのところより少しだけ濃いみたいだな。
やっぱり誰かいるんでしょうか。
さっき感じた視線は
Cafeteria is empty, huh? Phew, I can't sense anyone here either. By the way, was that green-haired girl the only one left in the building when we got here apart from our intruder? Not quite. Professor Cronkite already returned home for the day, so he won't be here. But there are also several security guards along with Professor Callahan and his assistants. I tried calling out to them from the other side of the door, but they were too focused on their work to notice. No surprise there, I guess. Well, let's just put them out of our minds for the time being. Professor Hamilton's students sure are an eclectic bunch, huh? You included. I don't want to hear that from you. Still, I think that just goes to show how open-minded she is. She doesn't care about race, upbringing, or anything other than finding the good in everyone, then working to better bring that out. Everyone knows her as the mother of the Orbital Revolution, but even to this day, she's striving to develop technology to help those in need. On top of that, she's kind, considerate. I've never met anyone like her. She sounds amazing. She was the one responsible for reviving and expanding Tharbad's oasis too, wasn't she? I can really tell just how much you respect her. I could never not respect her. This feels like... So, the house we visited earlier today is where Mr. Salesian and Professor Hamilton live then. That's right, the professor took him in 9 years ago and he's been living with her since. The two of them, along with me and Professor Cronkite, are like a family now. So that's why people call him her favorite. She left the country 2.5 years ago, however. That's right, he puts on a brave face, but he misses her so much. She's off trying to solve the problems in the East, so there's no telling when she's going to be back. The story about closing down the observatory seemed to come about because of me and Professor Cronkite too. but he never confided in us. Instead, he tried to fix the problem all on his own. But Professor Cronkite's really busy at the moment, so he can't be around very much. I just wish I could pick up the slack and support Cotter like a real big sister should. Kiddo's got a pattern, huh? He was trying to sort out that problem down in the mine alone, too. But he's at the kind of age when kids want to act older than they are. Better to just leave him be, if you ask me. Perhaps you're right, but being there for one another is what families do. I'm a little envious, to be honest. Oh? Did you find something, Zeros? Guess you'd better give it a look. We sure didn't find anything downstairs, though, so I'm not getting my hopes up. I agree. Let's see if we can find anything.
さて
よし。
Hey.
しかしマジで生きてるみてえだな。
大変でしたよ。狼っぽい仕草を再現するのは。そうですね。さすがは生態工学の期待の星アーチェット准教授ですね。
いやその再現っつうのは そこまで重要なのか?
See? Nothing here. Well, that's strange. The door is ajar. Did it just open itself? No, that doesn't. Where are you going, Zeros? What is it, Zeros? There. Wait, was that? Whoever they are, they ain't just using stealth shards. They appear to be combining them with something else. Theo, we're going after them. Understood. We're going too. Wait for me! Heat signature detected. Zeros.
ちょっと待ちなさい。降参よ、降参。
A woman. She looks kind of familiar. And there was me thinking it'd be that kinky cat or someone from the mafia. Huh? Who's that? She must not be a member of the faculty then. And it did cross my mind it might be you, but I wouldn't have put Mira on it. This here is one of Kincaid's subordinates. I don't think I ever caught your name. Oh. So it's the desk jockey's gopher, huh?
誰がパシリよ。
Is this an acquaintance of yours?
接触するつもりはなかったけど、まさか今日一日だけで理科大学側とここまで信頼関係を結んでるなんてね。噂にたがわぬ人たらしぶりじゃない。バン・アークライド所長。
Conning. I ain't conning anyone. I'm just that likable. Also, if you're gonna try to burn someone, maybe try doing it when you're not pinned under a dog.
うるさいわね。とっとと解放してちょうだい。
Can't eat another bite of Engadin. Looks like you guys did the rounds. We sure did. Though we may have overdid it a tad for it being our first day. But now I have a better idea of just what is happening in the city. You do. Kyla Macmillan.
カエラ・マクミラン。一応本名よ。CID 所属の特務少尉。こちらはオフレコで頼むわ。
I thought you were here on a job from El Sain. So the CID is already involved then. Yeah, we knew that CEO might try to hide stuff from us, so we kept one of our clients a secret. We just didn't expect one of their guys to use a mix of Zypha and Ramda stealth to sneak in here. I apologize for the trouble I ended up causing. My intention was to investigate so we had a backup in the event you didn't succeed, and never expected to be found. Clearly, I shouldn't have underestimated the Institute of Science's technological prowess. Theo is cool? Of course, very cool. I don't get it. Why sneak in here at all? You couldn't just let us do our thing? I assume she concluded that the current situation was too serious not to do anything. That about the long and short of it? Current state of the orbital network and distribution network is definitely a problem. I had them go down on me the other day too. We managed to get things running again, but it was still a big hassle. But just why is this happening at all? There's only one possibility that I can propose. That would be unusually intensive parallel distributed computing. I'm no expert in the field, but that's all that comes to mind for me too. Then we're of the same mind. I'm totally lost. Yeah, the hell are you guys talking about? Orbital computers have been getting bigger and faster over the past few years. And the bigger they get, the more orbital energy they consume. In short, yes, the larger and more complex the tasks you require of them, the more power they will consume. Orbits regenerate orbital energy over time and don't generally need an external power source. That changes, however, when the amount of energy consumed vastly exceeds the orbit's ability to generate it. Yet, if the orbital distribution network that serves as that external source is also heavily taxed, that leads to a temporary decrease in the amount of energy available and a spike in the amount of orbital network traffic. That theory alone would be enough to explain the issues you're here to investigate. Does parallel distributed computing really consume that much orbital energy? One sec. I'm back. I just let my cat into my room. And just as I go to sit down, he jumps up out of my chair and lays down on it. I'm like, no, you don't. That is my chair. You could go lay on the bed, buddy. And he tried it twice. He immediately jumped up there when he came in, and then just as I tried to sit down, he almost got sat on. Rat. Right. It's when you borrow the processing power of multiple computers through the net to do greater calculations, right? I'm impressed you know about such cutting-edge tech. Now, connecting a few terminals isn't going to consume much energy at all. But what do you think would happen if one were to connect all the terminals in the city? Then do you think hacking is behind this? The flow of the orbital distribution network looks to me like it's being manipulated. If you intentionally adjust its flow on an erratic schedule, you can make it seem like issues are occurring at random. You might even call doing just that my specialty. Though I find this here to be a distastefully crafty way of going about it. Figures she would know how to do that. Still, while it's possible on paper, I can't imagine parallel distributed computing taking place on such a vast scale. As for controlling the orbital distribution network itself, that's simply unimaginable with current technology. Still don't know all there is to know about orbital energy and how it works. Oh, but wait. Yeah, a situation mirroring that unimaginable scenario happened not all that long ago. It was around the most recent occupation of Crossbelt. There were miracles and calamities born from large-scale, distributed processing that should have been impossible with our current tech. So impossible that I never thought the same could happen here in the Republic, even if this is on a smaller scale. Indeed, we analyzed that situation ourselves at Marduk and reached the same conclusion about what happened. Rosette. That confirms it then. She finally clues us in. I've heard some about what went down in Crossbelt, but if this is the same as that, well, that spells trouble for us. Right, and this isn't the first time we've run into something connected to that whole incident either. The mask. Don't know if they're deliberately setting out to replicate Crossbell's deal, but there's one thing we need to get cleared up right off the bat. We've got to assume someone out there is trying to do research they shouldn't, that can only be done with parallel distributed computing. So the question becomes, who is it? What's the point in asking a question with only one clear answer? Professor Callahan. Just what does he think he's doing? He's changed a ton over the past few years, but I didn't think he was up to something of this magnitude. This number belongs to... Professor Callahan, what's wrong, sir? Professor Callahan. What just happened? He's in the special research building, right? We must hurry. What? Damn. Everything's completely trashed. Professor, where are you, Professor? October 24th, 10 a.m. Just what is going on here? Professor Callahan has gone missing, and you're here with some evidence that he's been abusing his power? Even the police and guild have barged into the Institute wanting to question me. You people have been here for a day. A day! Are you some sort of plague being brought down upon us? It's not their fault. This is Professor Callahan's problem. No, it's all of our problem. Cotter, don't act like you didn't know about assistants being harassed left and right. Just what did you want me to do about it in my position? It's not my place to say anything about his research. I'm sure that is one of the difficult things about being a joint venture group funded by multiple investors. But I also imagine the benefits outweigh the difficulties. Anyone could see that the professor was on a rampage. And the problems with the orbital network and its distribution are just as clear. Let me just shoot straight with you. Was that professor linked to any strange groups? You know, like the Mafia or anything? I'd like to believe that he wasn't, but I can't say for sure. It's pretty normal for the Institute of Science and Byrne Company to accept outside funding. In other words, the ground is fertile for corruption. And I can't write off the possibility with all those new terminals he suddenly had on him. Stop this pointless conjecture. You have no evidence. If rumors like this were to leak to the public during such a crucial time, how about acting like a leader for once in your damn life? These youngsters were hired so the police and guild wouldn't have to get involved. And while we sit here scrambling for answers, who knows what Professor Callahan is up to? Tell me, is there ever going to be a better time than now to step up as CEO, Bill? Supervisor. Fine, I'll tell you everything I know. Please, keep this just between us. Of course, our team always keeps matters like this confidential. We're contracted with one of your biggest shareholders, the Principality of El Saim. We have nothing to gain from hurting your image. And everything to gain from earning some brownie points with Vern. Professor Callahan first began to change around a year or two ago. We'd received a request from the Republican Army to develop the next generation of weapons, something he excelled in. But when the time came to propose ideas, he lost in his own field. Professor Cronkite's was accepted. I knew that was it. Ever since, he's been doing research on his own like a man possessed. I don't know what it is he started researching, but whatever it was, it required an immense amount of capital and manpower. There came a point where he started seeking out every sponsor he could. Then, half a year ago, I heard a place called the Anchorville Company offered an unprecedented amount of money. That name. So, it got caught in your information network too, eh? Don't tell me this is the same thing as in Langport. Indeed, the Anchorville Company, much like the Mesodan Trading Company, is also one of their shell corporations. Who are we talking about? A certain mafia. They're called Almada, and they're on both the guild and the police's radars. What? Professor Callahan was involved with people like that? I've heard the rumors, been expanding their territory an awful lot of late. Just how the hell could you have overlooked something like this? It's not my fault. I only got the info the other day. And what else could I do? Do you know what could happen to me if I put a pause on research for the Mafia? Think about the poor assistants who ended up helping them without even realizing it. So, after losing against the genius professor, he started focusing entirely on his own research. My bet's that he's sticking to his same field of expertise. and if the Mafia has invested massive funds into his work. I have a bad feeling about this. A really bad feeling. The network delay that dropped down to 0.35% has gotten worse again as of this morning too. That makes it highly possible that he's continuing his research in another location. Which is, where on earth could that be? Sounds like we've got a good old-fashioned manhunt on our hands. We're going to be combing through this place way more than we did yesterday. I take it there are no objections? I don't like it, but I know it must be done. Better give our cards the proper ranks then. Fine, give me your cards. Rank B, the certification level you mentioned. Heh, that one almost never gets issued. I'm not trying to bitch, but may as well just give us a rank A at this point. Don't ask for the impossible. Besides, we'll be able to get around much better than we could yesterday with these. Let's get to work. Time to get one over on that Mafia.
お願いがあります。できれば僕もしばらくあなたたちに同行させてくれませんか。
Oh?
キャラハン教授のことはハミルトン門下にも無関係じゃありません。博士が留守中、何とかするのは僕の役目です。どうかお願いします。
Cotter. Yeah, that's fine with me. But just to give you a heads up, our work takes priority. That means you're going to be tagging along while we take care of business. That going to be a problem? You mean like yesterday? That's fine. I wouldn't even mind helping you out if there's anything I can do. Well, we're counting on you guys. I'll reach out to my contacts to see what I could dig up while you're at it. Just don't do anything too crazy, okay, Cotter? Don't worry so much, Essie. I'm in good company. But whatever it takes, I'm determined to set things right while she's not here to do it herself. I know. I'll start talking to any dealers who supplied Professor Callahan with parts. If I hear anything back, I'll let you know. Take good care of the boy. Yeah, you got it. By the way, Agnes, it glowed last night, didn't it? It did, yes. Most likely at the same time as when Professor Callahan's final transmission went out. We're getting close then. Yes, the last time the Genesis glowed like that was... what are you talking about? What's a Genesis? Ah, don't worry about it. Work stuff. I'm sure we'll fill you in eventually. I hope you don't mind, Catter. If you say so, must be something that could take a while to explain. So, where should we start? If possible, I'd like to first speak to Yang. You would better know him as Professor Cronkite. The guy our missing professor had beef with, right? Yeah, I bet he'd know a thing or two about his research. Sounds good to me. Plus, I think it's about time we have a little talk with yesterday's client. The anonymous one? Not so anonymous to us at this point. Come on, let's settle the score. So we'll be making the rounds through Newtown and the Artisanal District before heading to the Institute of Science. That sounds perfect. Then may day 2 of our work begin. Cotter joined the party.
「確認いたしましょう」「出発いたします」こちらは
Huh. Dressing of the inner source CP? I don't remember.
いかがしましょう。
No. Okay. Have to worry about that later then. Info leak. Some classified information got stolen. Before things blow up, I want you to get it back. Please keep this a secret from any Vern employees. I'll be waiting in the hotel lobby.
なるほど。こういった依頼が来るのか。
はい。ちょっとギルドには相談できなそうなですね。
行こうか。
Yo, Harrison, right? Van Arkride Solutions. You got a 4 SPG for us? Oh, thank the goddess. I could really use your help. How so? Could you fill us in on the details? You're from Vern's Weapons Development Division, right? That's right. Wait a minute. Are you Cotter Silesian? Hold on. Why is he here? Did I not specify that this was to be kept secret from the Institute? Your request asked for secrecy from Vern employees and not Institute of Science personnel. And anyway, Cotter here ain't a researcher today. He's working with me for reasons. We won't know how to help you if you don't tell us what the problem is. I feel like this might be related to Professor Callahan's situation. Alright. But please keep this under wraps. If CEO Towsend hears of this, oh, goddess, help me. I can't promise that. It depends on the severity of your situation. But I can promise that I'll hear you out before making any moves. Regaining that classified info is in our best interests at any rate. Anything beyond that, well, that's the Spriggan's jurisdiction. I'll ain't the kid awfully bossy. Fine, I can work with that. Just let me explain myself at full, please, and preferably in private. So, well, there's no good way I could phrase this. I got caught up in a honey trap. Oh, I've heard of those. They crop up a lot in books and films. I guess life really does imitate art. Well, the way I see it, that ain't really a problem on its own. She leave you blue-balled and bankrupt or what? Well, stop beating around the bush. The more we know, the sooner we can get cracking. I know, It was late last night. I had just gotten off my shift at work. I had with me that briefcase with the classified documents in it, as discussed earlier. And that was when I bumped into her, a hostess. She said she fell out with a regular customer she was fond of. She looked awful. Then one thing led to another and we drank together at Hotel Ingress. Yeah. Then what did that lead to? Spit something more at us, why don't you? That's enough. Do I really need to go into more detail? Down, Aaron. Your snide little quips aren't helping. So, what happened afterward? I don't remember, honestly. I couldn't keep my eyes open. When I came to, it was already the next morning. By then, she was long gone, and she'd taken the briefcase with her. I panicked. I heard about 4 SPG requests, so I sent one in to try and save face. Huh. Bringing classified materials to a romantic tryst is rash, to say the least. I know. Just with security clearance and all, I figured it would be safe. Indeed, the security card system has made outside attempts at data breaches difficult. Perhaps that was what led them to target an insider like yourself. So you'll take it? You'll take it, right? We have to act fast or that briefcase is as good as gone. What should we do, Van? Alright, we'll take it. Phew, thank you so much. I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Van. I can't overlook this myself. So just to make sure, have you contacted the hotel and asked if they still have it? You might have just left it at the bar or elsewhere. They have a lost and found for those sorts of things, I believe. Actually, that's a good point. I was so panicked that I just assumed it was stolen. Let's hit up the hotel first then. If they have it, case closed. Might not even charge you for that one. But if it was stolen, then we're on the case. Right, that's fine by me. Thank you so much. Sorry, but we don't have anything of that description. We ask our guests to return any missing items they've found, but we haven't seen nor heard of a briefcase. Housekeeping has cleaned your room already, but they didn't find anything there either. Well, great. Does sound like it was stolen then, and that brings us to our mystery woman. By the by, did you happen to see a hostess or hostess-esque woman leaving the hotel yesterday morning? A hostess? No, not that I can recall. I see, very odd. So where could she have gone in that time? Anybody in general leave around that time then? Ah, yes actually. There was a researcher who rushed out of the hotel that morning. She looked like she was in a hurry. And did she... Yeah, I think she did. She might have had a case with her. Researcher? You know, now that I think about it, she was really sharp. She knew far more about engineering than the layman should. I had been talking to her about my job, and she was asking me really in-depth questions about the tech I brought up. Well, sounds like her hostess gig's BS then. And that scientist act too. Yeah, she knows more than she lets on. That puts the honey trap theory back on the table. And that means the hunt is on. We'll handle the investigation from here. I think we've got enough to go on now. Right. Thank you ever so much. So, we have a general idea of who the suspect is. Now, how do we find her? Process of elimination, I'm thinking. We could try to figure out where she couldn't be. Let's go over the briefcase before that. First step here would be figuring out a motive. What was in there, and why was she after it? That's classified info, as I'm sure I don't need to remind you. But, well, yeah, we do need to know. Van, can I trust you? Trust is everything in this line of work. Your secrets are safe with us, promise. Alright, Harrison, if you would fill us in. Okay, fine. So, they're blueprints for a new orbital gun. Plus some other design documents. The military is planning to adopt them soon. We've been getting our parts and assembly pipelines ready. If those design docs were to fall into foreign hands... Yeah, that would be a problem. It does explain why its contents were so highly classified. Well, hopefully it doesn't come to that. But if they do get the docs, making the actual gun wouldn't be so easy. It uses some very rare, very complicated metal alloys. And as far as I'm aware, only Basel has the custom-made machining tools required to work with them. You said the thief was well versed with engineering. She might realize she needs those alloys once she starts reading the documents. Could she still be in the city then, trying to procure some alloys for herself? You can't just work with them by hand. The alloys are useless without those special tools. And you can't buy them from the Vern store unless you show them your certification card. So even if she knew she needed the alloys, she shouldn't be able to use them. She didn't steal your certification card too, did she? She shouldn't have. I mean, oh, no. Harrison frantically searched his pockets, but his certification card was absent. Are you kidding me? Not my certification card too. Oh no. Yeah, I figured as much. She already had you wrapped around her finger. Bet you she went to the Vern store with it. Let's head over there and ask around. You just sit tight till we finish our investigation. We'll keep you posted. Okay, good luck.
そうだね。
さて。
そうだな。
よっと。
さて。
よっと。
And I forgot to unmute again. Welcome. Well, always good to see Institute folks. What can I do for you? What can I do you for? I don't know how that ever became a phrase, but... Yes, hello. We have a question. So, did a female researcher come by the store this morning? Yeah, somebody came by earlier. Looked like a researcher to me. She was a real looker. I remember that much. She dropped by right after we opened. I see. Did she buy anything? She did, yeah. She asked for some alloy machining tools. It was a bit of a strange ask, but she had her certification card on her, so yeah. I went ahead and got those for her. She also asked where she could get the alloys themselves. Maybe she needed them for a project or something. Anyway, I told her they might be able to help her over at Giscard's. So that's where our little fox ran off to. We'd best hurry. Thanks for the info. Oh, hi, Ren. We're browsing the artisanal district at the moment. These workshops are quite impressive. Basel reminds me a lot of Zace. It's this factory city over in Libero. And all these engineering types remind me of a certain old fellow, too. Who would that be? Oh, nobody. Gotten yourselves wrapped up in yet more trouble, haven't you? You be careful. That goes for all of you. We will, don't worry. If we need your help, we'll let you know. Okay, who is this chick anyway? Suspicious with a capital S. He's not wrong. Well, if it isn't Carter, what's got you looking so serious? I had a quick question for you if you don't mind. Have you had a woman from the Institute come by looking for metal alloys? Huh, it's like you saw it happen. We had someone like that come by just a bit ago. She had a valid card, so I went ahead and sold her the alloys she wanted. Should I not have? Nah, don't sweat it. We just needed to talk with her about something. I see. Well, I guess that's fair. Oh, now you mention it, actually. She said something about heading off to Liberal after she was done with her business here in Basel. If I had to guess, she probably made for Auge Canyon. Thing is, she was driving some sporty ETWS make, so you probably couldn't catch her if you tried. Well, that gives us a good idea of where she is at any rate. Thank you. Should we head over to the canyon then? I mean, it's not like we can catch her if we do. You heard the man. Nope, northeast is where we're heading. Why? That's the complete opposite direction. Think about it. We're dealing with somebody who's making off with classified info and trying to shake the cops off her tail. So why would she just tell some rando where she's going? She ain't gonna leave a trail like that. That does make sense. But then, why did she tell Eugen she was going to Liberal? To deceive him, I suspect. She may very well have known she's being followed. Having stolen top secret intel, she's likely trying to throw the authorities off her trail. That does make sense. It's exactly what a criminal would do. I agree with Van then. Let's head for the highway toward Edith. Yeah, once we're back in Newtown, we can hop in my car and hunt him down. Van's car can be taken from the road under the motor pavilion.
行こうか。
Now, good enough. Hop in, gang. We're taking the truck. We need to catch her before it's too late. Well, she's a comfy ride, right? It is comfortable, yes. But I don't think now is the time to be discussing that. Just hurry, please. We have to make sure that classified information doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Yeah. Oh, I think that's the car. Looks like she's about to stop. I'm gonna pull over too, so get ready. Yes, I've left Basel with the documents in hand. I also procured the special tools and alloys, even if that was outside the scope of the mission. But that aside, everything has gone according to plan. I'll have to let you go for a moment. I'll call back shortly. I believe we have found our perpetrator. This is the honey trap girl. Yeah, I'd hit that. Oh dear, I thought my little ruse would have bought me more time. You do not appear to be associated with the police or Marduk. Perhaps you might be interested in negotiating. I can offer you a substantial reward if you let me go. Tempting, but nah. Normally I'd be up for a little wheeling and dealing, but I've got a pair of scrutinizing eyes on me. Afraid you're just gonna have to hand over the case. What exactly would you have done had I not tagged along? Oh my, a researcher from the Institute is here too. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint, but the case stays with me. I'll give you two options. Go back to Basel empty-handed or return in body bags. We will never agree to your terms. I concur. We'll instead opt for the third option, fight. That orbital gun design looks eerily familiar. It must be. Oh, don't say I didn't warn you. What? She had monsters this whole time? Someone came prepared. Not like it'll make any difference though. We'll make mincemeat out of them in seconds flat. He's not wrong.
なめんじゃねえ。まとめてぶっ潰す。派手に決めるぜ。舞い上がれ。ほら。
No way! How could I possibly have lost? Checkmate. Now give up the goods. While you're at it, answer me this. What organization do you belong to? Who hired you? I can answer that in her stead. I recognize that particular gun model. Zect Arms. She's likely associated with Zect Arms. You mean that new weapons manufacturer? If I'm remembering things right, their name started making the rounds during the war with the Empire. Correct. They are similar to Marduk in some respects, although they are not nearly as large an enterprise. Their ambitions for weapons development, however, are quite ferocious. They've been aggressive with expanding their market share of late. And now they're sending out spies to do their dirty work. Damn, that's low. I can't say I disagree. Stealing technology from competitors is hardly an ethical business practice. Now then, I suppose we'd better get this stuff back to our client. We should also take her back with us. Could you restrain her for me, Farida? On it. Yes, this all looks right. Thank the goddess, it's all still here. Thank you so much for getting the briefcase back. That's a relief. Is this case closed then? Well, no, it looks like they broke into it. She knew to procure the right alloys and their tools, so I think she probably got to read the documents. The information itself has likely reached Zect Arms already. How they plan to utilize said information, I'm not sure. But simply having Republic schematics will give them an advantage in their own research and development. This is bad. Really bad. There has to be something we could do to stop that, but what? There's another card we could play, but you might not like it. We could bring in some groups to help us out, but then, well, they'll know. This matter concerns more than just you, now. There are far-reaching industrial secrets at stake. It would be in your best interest to swallow your pride and consult the authorities. Alright, fine. The company can know. What's your plan? Well, if we want to stay on good terms with the boys in blue, then we should probably bring this to Vern and let him work with the police themselves. Whole thing will be blown wide open at that point, but the client made his bed there. That'll at least stop the intel from spreading. Or we can call some friends in other places. We hit up the second lieutenant and the CID will have this snuffed out in no time. I think they'll be happy with an industrial spy as down payment. Let's give the CID a call. The second lieutenant just so happens to be in the area. She should be able to cover it. CID? I go all the way up to them. Wouldn't the police be better suited for local investigations? Nah, the police can't do much about the big picture. This will really throw a wrench in her plans. For better or worse, the police stick to the letter of the law. The CID? They don't really answer to anything. Justice is blind, but they've got eyes everywhere. Zect Arms, as a whole, ain't going anywhere once they're done with this perp. I see. Well, that should be fine then. We'll contact the CID if it's all the same to you. Yeah, I don't really have a choice. I need to bite the bullet and confess. Then it's settled. Rosette, can you call up the CID? Certainly. Before long, Second Lieutenant Kyla and her CID accompaniment arrived on the scene. The spy was taken into CID custody, followed shortly by cutthroat negotiations with Zect Arms. The client did ultimately confess to his error. However, because he nonetheless helped the CID apprehend the spy, they conveniently expunged his name from their report to the Vern Company. Oh, he actually got off better this way. I chose the other option last playthrough. Seriously, I can't thank you guys enough. Without your help, that briefcase would have done some serious damage in the wild. I think it's probably for the best that we consulted the CID as much as I didn't want to. Yeah, sucks that we couldn't honor the original request, but hey. Now we got brownie points with the CID, and you still got a clean sheet. Yeah. Feel a bit guilty getting off scot-free, but, well, I can't complain about that, can I? Thank you for concocting such an airtight plan. I need to excuse myself for a minute now. They'd like to question me. Best of luck.
これで解決だね。
入金を確認したわ。
So close to Chaos 5.
目的地に向かいます。
どれどれ
RX Research. Pardon me for making this request when I know you're rather busy, but we would like your help gathering materials to make a certain painkiller. I will explain the details in Esmere's lab. Esmere and Ray. I wasn't expecting Essie to have a request for us. Though really, she could have just told us in person. Guessing she just heard this is how we do things and rolled with it. We'll have to go talk to her later. Agreed. We really owe it to her.
そうだな。
そうだね。そうだね。
Sorry, one sec. Alright. There we go. All sorted. Oh, hello everyone. I take it you saw our request? One about gathering ingredients for that painkiller? Yeah, we got it. I get why the request said we now too. Ah, now that you mention it, it did. You two are working together on this, I take it? That's right, I don't think you've met him before. Everyone, this is Ray. Pleased to meet you. I'm a researcher from the Zay Central Factory over in Libero. Esmeria gave me a call, asking for some help with this new project of hers, so here I am. I just flew in this morning. I study biology, plants specifically. My most notable work should be the acerbic tomato, if you've ever heard of that. I don't blame you if it's flown under your radar, though. It hasn't really caught on in Calvard yet. I don't remember anything like that. I think I've seen it on occasion at some imported food stores. It's that really bitter tomato, isn't it? I've had a few of those, I think. Acquired taste, to say the least. I heard they've spread from Libero to Crossbell and Arabonia as well. I've tried them once or twice, but they ain't really my thing. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Acerbic tomatoes are about the exact opposite of sweet. I like them quite a bit, actually. So do I. They're the perfect pick-me-up when I feel myself nodding off. Glad I've got two people in my camp, at least. I ended up creating them by total accident in a greenhouse, if you can believe it. Imagine the shock and horror on my colleagues' faces when they unsuspectingly bit into one for the first time. Oh, I'll treasure those memories forever. That was the impetus for my biology research. I was just drifting along without a specific focus before then, but those tomatoes saved me. He seems a little eccentric, doesn't he? Thought that was how all lab coat types operate. Well, to an extent, yes, but I'd say he makes the rest of us look normal. Wow, are they really that bitter? I kind of want to try one. Got it, so you're the botany guy, and then Esmeria is the bioengineering buff. What led you two to work on a painkiller together then? That does seem like a bit of a leap. Heh, you got that look on your face, Cotter. You've worked it out, haven't you? Well, yes, being your understudy clues me into these things. First though, I think we should figure out whether or not we'll take this job before we dive into the details. What's your call, Van? Of course we will. Alright, we're on board. What do you need us to do? Oh, thank you so much. Esmeria is the project lead for this. For reference, I'm just helping out here and there. She'll fill you in on all the details. Let's go ahead and take it from the top. I'm working to develop bionic limbs for amputees, and these painkillers are an important step in that process. I had a hunch that was it. Bionic limbs, huh? Bioengineering indeed. That does sound up your alley. I know a lot of Jaegers use prosthetic arms and stuff. What does that have to do with painkillers, though? Would these artificial limbs link directly to the user's nerves? Heh, you know your stuff. Leave it to the Marduk representative to connect the dots. Oh, you flatter me. It's just a field I have a personal interest in. Traditional prosthetics rely on extrapolating movements from other muscles in the body. It's very awkward and inexact, and that limits their uses for practical applications. Bionic limbs don't have that problem, though. Yeah, that makes sense. That'd be the best way to put one in if you could figure out how. You hook them up to the nerves, and the brain can use them just like real limbs. Right on the money. That sounds incredible. Yep, it's still mostly theoretical, though. Practical examples aren't really there yet. We still have a lot of issues to work out. That's one of the big focuses in my department right now. And chief among those problems is how painful it is to have work done on your nerves. So that's what the painkiller is for. Exactly. Nerve work is an extremely painful procedure, even after the attachment is finished. They're quite literally running a knife across your arm over and over again all throughout the process. This sounds awful. Oh. Can't you just use anesthetic like they do for surgeries? Not really. Anesthesia isn't meant for regular use. Your body really wouldn't appreciate you knocking it out over and over. That's why you need a painkiller for daily use with minimal side effects. I do know that painkillers are often made from plant extracts, which is where Ray's research comes in, I assume. Bingo. We might have found just the thing for our new painkiller. It's a luminous plant called Zemuria moss. The Septian Church uses it liberally for their own medicine. I'm told it goes by soul moss in the East. Huh. I think Longkai gave me some of that when he made that salve for me. Pretty rare stuff if I recall. For sure, you don't see it in the usual channels very often. I tried asking my colleagues to see if they had any, but I came up empty-handed, unfortunately. That's what led us to you. Got it. Sounds pretty straightforward. This ain't our home turf, though. I can't exactly call in any favors here. All my connections are back home. Oh, you don't need to worry about sourcing it. We figured out that it grows naturally here. Back in Liberal, you could find it in the Chaldea limestone cave underneath the city of Zace. That cave has just the right humidity and proximity to the septium veins. We posited that it might grow in other caves that meet those criteria. So we looked around here and bingo, we managed to find one. It's in the deepest part of that metal mine Cotter went into yesterday. Really? I should be able to guide everyone there then. You'll find the entrance in that open area where you rescued me yesterday. Well, that's convenient. That explains why you brought this to us and not the guild. Right, here's the key. This'll let you in. As Mary handed Van a rusty old key. Perfect, thanks. Let's get going then. Be careful in there.
解決業務開始だね。さあ、出発しよう。癒されるね。
引き受けました。
真打ち登場だ。
行くぜ。
ざっとこんなもん
任せて。
お疲れさん。
ほら、さっさと行こう。ほら、さっさと行くぞ。
戦闘終了。データを回収しますね。
さあ、次に行くぞ。
戦闘終了。データを回収しますね。
バトルスタート。
100年早いんだよ。
Cutter takes a lot of damage from those hits. Low defense, I guess.
いいデータが取れた。そこだ。
お疲れさん。怪我はないな。
Oh.
癒されるね。
この先は扉で閉じられていますね。
この扉はもらった鍵で開錠ができるはずです。
Great, now we can keep moving. Right, let's make our way to the innermost depths for the Zemuria Moss.
Alright, さっさと行くぞ。
戦闘終了。データを回収しますね。戦闘終了。データを回収しますね。
トレジャーを感知したよ。
なんとかなりました。
ピオニゼロスもどうもありがとう。
さあ次に行くぞ。
戦闘終了。先を急ぎましょう。
ほら、さっさと行くぞ。
トレジャーを感知したよ。
100年早えんだよ。
炎のカゴ。
気張ってけよ。
特定の暗証。炎のカゴ。頼みな。
Curious to see what kind of damage this does. All boosted. 20,000. That's not bad. All right.
次もお願いします。
Those are more expensive. That, yeah. So you could cast that like twice. When it's not on a pre-cast turn anyway.
一息つけそうだな。
癒されるね。
I believe this is the innermost depths of the sealed area. Take a look at the surface of that boulder in the back. It's glowing. It must be Zemuria moss. It looks so mysterious. Alright, let's grab some. Actually, before that, it's approaching from above. Be careful. It's pressure. We must be invading its territory. Yeah, stay focused, people. We're driving it back. Did some damage. Phew. Glad that worked out. Very nice work, everyone. Time to grab the goods. Obtained Zemuria moss. So this is Zemuria moss. Its pale glow makes it quite the mysterious plant. I believe this would go for a shit ton of Mira if we grabbed them by the root. They're important research materials, so please only take what you need. Just messing around. Yeah, like hell you are. You've already got tons of money, buddy. Pretty sure you were at least half serious. Not like I don't get where he's coming from. Anyway, that's that job done. Let's get back to the research lab. This is what you're looking for, right? Van handed over the Zemuria moss he'd gathered. Yep, this is the stuff. Well, thank you so much. Now our research could go forward as planned. Can't let old George do all the work, can we? Is he a colleague of yours at the Institute? Oh, no. He's all the way over in Aramonia, actually. He's a student of Professor Schmidt, another one of the 3 disciples, and he's researching artificial limbs too. Bioengineering isn't his niche, but he's a whiz at just about anything he puts his mind to. A friend of his lost an arm a while back, and he's been working really hard on artificial limbs ever since. He's even published papers on them. Ah, yeah, I remember reading those papers. They were comprehensive, to say the least. Not just the theory, but design limits, materials, budgeting, everything. Truly a brilliant man. You're quite well connected, I see, even outside your specific field. I happened to meet him when he visited ZCF to study a while back. We hit it off pretty well. Turns out we share a lot of friends ourselves. Plan to share this painkiller with him once we've finished developing it. We may come from different backgrounds, but we're both engineers working towards a common goal. That's the whole point of science, no? Ah, how sweet. That's kind of a thing among Jaegers, too. At the end of the day, work's work. And having some friendly competition never hurts. Well, we'll try not to take up any more of your time. Thank you so much for your help. Glad to be of service. That goes for you as well, Cotter, but please try and rest when you can. Well, save to you, Essie. Thanks, though. I'm glad we could help.
これで解決だね。
Quest RX research completed.
入金を確認したわ。
Get back. Gotta let the cat out. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I think it's... Need to, there's a couple things we need to do. So this is the girl that was being abused. I thought you would want to take some more time off. You still look awfully tired. Are you sure you're all right? I just don't want to cause everybody more trouble than I already have. I never expected Professor Callahan to just disappear like that either. Nor did I. I was just as shocked when I learned of it this morning. The police are investigating as we speak. It has to have been a kidnapping. He would never just vanish and leave his research on the table like that. Just can't believe it. I didn't want this. I hate what he did to me, but I never wanted it to end up like this. Cindy. Hey there, sorry to intrude, but you're Cindy then. Oh, are you? Right. You're the Spriggan investigating his disappearance. Now I remember. That's me, yeah. Do you need something from me? We wanted to talk to you about a job we were working on. Can we talk to you in private for a sec? So your name was coming up a lot when we were looking into these harassment allegations here at the Institute. We got an anonymous tip to kick this whole thing off, so I just wanted to ask, were you the whistleblower? I'm sorry, but no. Wait, it wasn't you? Definitely not. This is the first time I've heard about you. But I admit, he was really starting to wear me down. I started feeling like I should just leave the Institute entirely. Sometimes I wanted his research to crash and burn. Sometimes at night I wished I would disappear. But I just can't go public with this. He's such an incredible scientist. I couldn't bear to ruin his whole career over this. I see. I wonder who our client could have been then. Good question. We did get a couple of hints from yesterday's questioning. Let's start with those. I may be barking up the wrong tree here, but have you met a man called Aster? He's another one of my colleagues. I last saw him at this morning's meeting. He was mumbling to himself throughout the meeting. It made me kind of curious. I think I heard him say they took it. If they get the evidence, he's done. Huh. That's my first time hearing his name. They took it could very well mean us taking his job off our bulletin board. Might be onto something there. Could you tell us where we might find him? He mentioned that he was doing his work on a sofa today since the lab is out of commission. He's probably still somewhere in the Institute, but I couldn't tell you where specifically. Got it. Thanks for the info. Please, think nothing of it. I hope the professor's okay. The harassment is one thing, but his disappearance has everyone shaken. I hope I can bounce back from all this. I know it's been tough on everybody while I was away. If you do find Aster, give him my regards. This theory could greatly simplify the equations we're using. I'll have to test that out at the lab. Or wait, no, I forgot, it's a total mess right now. I have to wait till it's cleared up. I need to do the professor proud. I can't screw this up. So, you asked her? Cindy told us about you. And who are you, if I may ask? We're from Arkwright Solutions. Guy put out a request on our bulletin board yesterday and we're looking into their case. It's them. I wasn't expecting you to seek me out in person. I did find out that you took the job, though, and that you talked to the professor directly. I saw you leaving his room yesterday. Well, that saves me the rundown. Sorry if it's not what you wanted us to do. The way you wrote the request made it sound like you just wanted him to stop instead of trying to bring legal action against him. That's right, very perceptive of you. Kudos. Do you mind telling me what he said? Not at all. Van provided Aster all the testimonies they had recorded the previous day. They then summarized their conversation with Professor Callahan. Yeah, I had a feeling he'd do that. I completely agree. His behavior was reprehensible. We tried to explain that to him, but he just wouldn't listen. Nothing worked. Of course, that's all on the back burner now. Yeah, one look at this lab and you could tell how oppressive it is. I'm really worried for him. It's gotten so bad that I actually considered going public with this. This is just too much to bear. But, well, not right now, I won't. His safety takes priority. So it's not just revenge, is it? You sound as if there's more to it. Oh, absolutely. I've never met a more talented, passionate man than Professor Callahan. Who he is as a person doesn't change who he is as a scientist. He's one of the greatest minds of our generation. I still respect him, but all the same, I hate how he betrayed me. That's what a lot of your... Wait, hold on. Back up a bit. What do you mean betrayed? Above this abuse, above all else, Callahan betrayed my feelings. Every time I see the professor with him, it makes my blood boil. He does a bunch of work behind our backs. He goes scurrying out of town on a whim. Just why? Am I not good enough for you, Professor? Why would you just toss me to the wayside like that? I'm sorry. I'm ranting. No, it's quite all right. Sounds like Aster had a much more complicated relationship with Professor Callahan. Romantic one, probably. One guy yesterday said some of the professor's assistants were acting real weird lately, but he put that down to stress. Well, this is definitely news to us. We're working on another job, actually. They want us to try and find him. Do you know anything about where he might have gone? You mind sharing that with us? Oh, you're looking for him? Of course. I like to think I know him pretty well. I don't like letting him out of my sight for even a second. Could you tell us about this individual he meets with then? I don't know his name, but I know he's not from the Institute. He doesn't dress like it anyway. He's real cushy with the professor now. I've never gotten a good look at his face. I've only ever seen him at night. You said he goes out of town a lot. Do you know where? Yeah, the old outdoor experiment complex. You're familiar with it, right, Cotter? Right. That building on the outskirts of the canyon. That does sound weird. What on earth was he doing out there? I wish I knew. All I know is that he would head out there with that strange friend of his. I just don't understand why he's gallivanting off with some other man when he has me. Well, thanks for the info. That's a really big help. Glad to hear that. Please bring him back safely for me.
これで解決だね。
上出来だ。
入金を確認したわ。
Oh, I remember seeing you yesterday. Were you looking to speak with Professor Cronkite? He just left, sorry. Shoot, we just missed him. He does seem to be spending a lot of time outside his lab lately. You wouldn't happen to know where he went, would you? We're looking into Callahan's disappearance. We thought he might know a thing or two about the guy. Not sure where he went, I'm afraid. If I had to guess, though, I think he's taking a quick break right now. There's this cafe he's taken to visiting lately. He usually heads out for a pick-me-up around this time. Oh, where is it? Well, that's the million-mirror question. The owner, Willie, roams around town all throughout the day. The cafe is never in one place for long. He just packs up and goes wherever his heart guides him. The professor has his pattern down to a science, though. I have no idea how he does it. Oh, that's the place we visited yesterday. I do remember the guy saying some professor type stopped by a lot. Neither Essie nor I can make sense of the cafe's movements either. Well, process of elimination it is then. Let's start with where we saw it last. Maybe we'll run into somebody who saw him pack up, then we'll just follow the trail from there. I heard from some students that he was over by the church in the artisanal district last night. Sounded like it was late enough that he would have called it a night instead of packing up and heading somewhere else. We have a lead then. We should ask if anyone in the area saw the cafe the following day. Yeah, let's head on over to the church and see what's up. I'll be right back. Okay, that's hopefully the last time that I will have to leave for a while now. Nadir said that Willie was here until late last night, but there's no trace of him left. I guess it only makes sense that he'd have moved by now. Hey there, you guys looking for Willie's Cafe? You could say that, yeah. I was eating at his place when he was here last night. After I finished my meal, he closed up shop and went off towards Newtown. So he did leave last night. If I had to guess, he's probably over there today, or close to it. You'd never be sure with him. Guy's a real free bird. But that's as good a guess as any. Gotcha. Now that you mention it, he was over there this time yesterday too. Sucks he doesn't stick to a schedule, but maybe he does have a pattern. You might also find people there who have seen the cafe more recently. This is our most probable lead, so I recommend we take a look. Sounds good. Let's head on over to that hotel where we saw him yesterday, then we can go from there. Thanks for the help, man. No problem. Not sure what you're tracking him down for, but best of luck regardless.
目的地に向かいます。
Hey, I wasn't expecting much, but oh well. Just how I wanted to spend my day, going on a wild goose chase on the clock. Food here is so good. It just sucks that it's so hard to track this place down. I was lucky to catch it before he moved. Alright, now I'm feeling energized. Time to get cracking. And X marks the spot. Excuse me, you got a sec? Oh, you guys are looking into those harassment claims, right? I got in touch with a friend of mine for the first time in a while. She works at the Institute. Need me to set you two up? Nah, this is something different. Don't worry. It's nothing serious. We're just looking for somebody. The roaming cafe was just around here, right? Oh, Willie's. Yes, he was parked here until, 10 minutes ago? I guess he's quicker on his feet today for whatever reason. As soon as I got done eating, he packed up and left. I think he was headed for the artisanal district. Great, the old runaround. You sure this wild goose chase is worth it? Well, he can't have gone very far yet. Sometimes he even changes his mind and stops right in his tracks. He really does go wherever his heart wanders. Well, we know where to look. Let's catch it before he strays too far. This guy's such a pain in the butt. Yang! Finally found you.
カトル。それに裏解決屋だったか。そろそろ来る頃だろうとは思っていた。
Strange how the man we just so happened to casually run into twice already is doing such incredible work for the Republican Army. Yeah, he's developing weapons like those big humanoid things, right? Correct. He is quite a known figure within Marduk. Pleasure seeing you again. It's a real honor that such an esteemed professor remembers folks like us. And since you do, I imagine you got a pretty good idea of why we're here.
ああ。君たちの立場と昨日あった出来事、そして事件を考えればな。キャラハン教授も困った人だ。 動力ネットや供給網の異常、マフィアとのつながりだけならまだしも、巡り巡ってこうして私にまで面倒事を運んでくるのだから。
How did you know all of that? You get all that from the CEO?
いや、あくまで論理的な帰結だ。彼の研究内容とタイミングを考えれば、市内の異常との因果関係は導き出せる。加えて出どころ不明な巨額の資金、説明のつかない異変という要素。ここ数ヶ月、共和国各地で起きた不可解な事件とも符合する点も多い。近頃勢力を広げているというアルマータ関連といったところか。
Whoa. I'm amazed that you could connect the dots so precisely. And we have all we...
だったら
Right. It's a researcher's duty to substantiate a working theory by accumulating proof. Any conclusion that skips over this process holds no value.
そう、いつも言っていることだ。あくまで自分でたどり着くといい。お前も研究者の一人ならばな。フィオとゼロスを完成させた時程度なら手を貸してやらないでもないが。それでは失礼する。私も私の研究で忙しいのでね。
This guy is such a pain in the ass. And here I thought he was going to be our next lead. Mind, Agnes? No, I understand. Just a minute, please. Researchers don't work all on their own to find answers, right? The wisdom they gain is built on the research and papers of people who came before them. Oh.
その側面は否定しない。
I was just thinking we could exchange info, make a deal. We happen to have something that pertains to those inexplicable phenomena you brought up. If you'd be open to giving us a little more of your time, I think we and that something could make it worth your while.
Oh?
That's the first time he looks interested in anything. See his eyes? You mean, is it the Genesis?
いいだろう。見せてもらおうか。
That's the first time you see him smile, too.
ここ数ヶ月、共和国各地の事件の背後にあったはずの何か。アーティファクトでもなく、1年半前のシンギュラリティでもない。鍵たるフラグメントを。
Fragment of the key. Wow. I see now. Analyze this device for us, Cotter. By the way, this is the opening menu theme. Nice timing for it to come up. Can I touch it? Yes, of course. Judging by the way it's aged, I wouldn't even say it's anywhere close to being a century old, so definitely not an artifact. All these buttons and indicators make the front look obtuse at first, but it's all organized and looks to serve a clear purpose. From my perspective, it resembles more the original generation of orbments back when they were based off of clocks. Significantly more complex than any of those, however. This here is the work of a genius. Wait, could this have been made by a commendable effort? It is one of the experimental devices that my own master was involved in developing, leading to the establishment of orbital technology. One of the 8 orbment prototypes developed by Professor C. Epstein. They are called the 8 Genesis. I was not aware they were still in existence. I can't believe I'm touching an orbment designed by Professor Epstein. How did you come to have something like this, Agnes? Sorry, but we're gonna have to stay tight-lipped on that one, even if you are connected to one of the 3 disciples. Like we said before, showing it to you, we're counting on you guys to keep their existence a secret. I will be true to my word. And it does help me understand what you're doing here in Basel now. Now, it's time I compensated you for what you have shown us. You wanted to know about Professor Callahan's research, correct? Yeah, we've heard he was the one who developed the weaponry that's being used by Calvard at the moment. So whatever he's trying to develop right now has to do with military tech too. You are indeed correct regarding what he achieved, but he is a researcher of engineering science first and foremost. In a sense, he's currently grappling with one of that field's most difficult challenges. The realization of a certain thought experiment and the use of the physical phenomena involved as weapons. What's a thought experiment? Oh, couldn't. Ah, yes, it doesn't surprise me in the least that someone from Marduk would have heard of that, to which I am referring. Of course, the existence of such weapons is purely theoretical. It is impossible to create them using modern technology. Not without a discovery so groundbreaking that it fundamentally upends what is possible. Well then, I have said all I intend to. Now I must return to work. Hey, I'm not following any of this. I don't believe in discussing the research of others at length publicly until it has been published. I've given you all of the information that the antique you showed me justifies. Cotter will enlighten you on the rest, I'm sure. So that's where he draws the line as a researcher, huh? This is very like him. So, are you able to pick up where he left off? Yeah. What's this thought experiment he was talking about? Well,
博士とキャラハン先生が以前話していたことがあるんだ。物質の最小単位の反応融合を利用して莫大なエネルギーとして取り出す技術。絶対に実現できない。いや、してはいけない悪魔の仮想兵器。リアクターウェポン。そんな風に呼ばれていたよ。
what an ominous idea. I could barely understand your explanation, but just hearing it sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, you could say that again. Their existence is purely theoretical. No one has ever come close to creating such a thing. The predictive simulations that Marduk has run rate their probability of being realized anytime soon as extremely low. Parallel distributed computing alone isn't going to be enough to get over the insurmountable hurdles that stand in its way. Agreed. Even if whatever was at work behind the scenes at Crossbell a year and a half ago was the one involved. Professor Callahan would know all of this too. So if he really is still trying, that makes it even harder to guess where he could be. We still have to find him, whatever it takes. Phew, that was a lot to take in. I'm still trying to process it all myself. I can hardly believe Professor Callahan is attempting to develop nuclear weapons. His chances of succeeding are slim to none, but we can't discount the possibility that he'll make another dangerous invention along the way. And we can't let something like that fall into Amada's hands. We'll need some clues if we want to stop them, though. That outdoor experiment complex in the canyon is the best lead we have. If he's been frequenting that place, there's a decent chance he'll have left something incriminating behind. Well, what are we standing around here for then? Let's get our asses over there and get the jump on him. We'll bag that son of a bitch in a jiff and leave the cops, guild, and CID's jaws on the floor. Solid course of action. We should make our way over there as soon as we are ready. Sounds like a plan. I should let my classmates know what's going on.
Sa, 出発すんぞ。
Okay, I'm just gonna grab a drink and then we'll head off to the canyon. All right, let's go. Here we are. Keep your eyes peeled. Got it. Thinking about it, that's the first time we ever got to drive somewhere as a group. Now that you mention it, you're right. The truck is much more comfortable now, too. Yeah, you've clearly done more than just expand the vehicle's capacity, huh? You must have spent quite a lot of time in Mira customizing it. You could tell? Yeah, the suspension is the main thing. Nope, not interested. Anyway, we came here, but I almost forgot you were here last night. Wasn't that because of Rosette's? It's quite alright. I'm sure Mr. Silesian is well aware. You're talking about that Marduk satellite? Yeah, I know about it. You were the one communicating with it then. My apologies, I didn't intend to disturb your stargazing. Don't worry about it. It's bothered me before, but we need all the support we can get right now. Look, Fio and Zeros are here to help. Huh, so the Robo-Mutt's here to hang out too. He's good for ground combat, right? You can see him being a big asset here. Oh, without a doubt. We're going to explore the canyon, Fio, and I want you to remain vigilant of our surroundings, Zeros. Understood, Cotter. So, our destination is the outdoor experiment complex at the other end of this road, right? That's right, but we're sure to run into monsters on the way. Be careful. Cotter can now use the craft Procyon Fang.
Joe できたやるじゃねえかバン
フェリちゃんいい手応えです
バッチリだ
100年早えんだよ。
カード展開。
上等だ。呪いぜ。くらいだ。行けカトル。ガンガン行くぞ。
ここだ。
後期です。
おまけだ。
それ。
行けよ。
Still like 20,000 down. This is crazy.
好きにはさせません。
おまけだ。
バーサー。
Nice work, you two. Same to you, Cutter. That dog of yours is a hell of a beast, huh? Yeah, he's just as tough as any military monster I've ever seen. Theo's support is proving a valuable asset in battle, too. Thanks, though I wasn't the only one who made them. I had the rest of my family's help. Life was so much fun in those days. The professor was still in Basel, Yang and Essie were around. Supervisor Giscard was always there to support us, and Professor Callahan was so nice to everyone, too. Potter. Professor Hamilton left the Republic roughly 2.5 years ago to assist with the environmental issues in the East, correct? Yeah, she did the right thing for the future of Zemuria, but a lot has changed for the worse here since then. She would say Yang is the greatest mind to be born since her own teacher, and that's made clear with his weapons development work for the government. Now he's shifted focus to some other mystery project that I'm sure will be incredible. Essie's mostly focused on developing new technology in the field of medicine now. She's always been one for getting lost in her own world. Professor Callahan was the top engineer of his generation, but he ended up getting surpassed by Professor Cronkite, which is what eventually led to our current mess. Yeah, I promised Gran I'd take care of things in her absence, but I haven't done a good job at all. I don't know how I'm going to face her when she comes back. I'm sorry, just forget I said anything. By Gran, you mean Professor Hamilton, right? You try and come across as a big man, but you're just a Grammy's boy at the end of the day, huh? I wouldn't go that far. She's family, so I do care about her a lot. That's all. She, Yang, and Essie might not be my family by blood, but they are in every other sense. I see. Anyway, this isn't any place to be standing around flapping our jaws. Let's move on.
Na, ざっとこんなもんってな。
These things over and over, huh? Oh, did he get muted? Oh no, he's just out of PP. I see.
特定のアーツが有効です。
目に物見せろ。
みんなを癒して。
That's not what I meant to do. We're going in the right direction here, aren't we? As far as I remember, yeah. I've been here before, but not many times. No reaction from it at all? Not even a little, no. We're just gonna have to keep pressing on then. Are you talking about the Genesis that you showed us earlier? Yes, we have reason to believe that the Genesi are in some way connected to what's happening. I really wish I knew a bit more about them. How did you even end up with something belonging to Professor Epstein? Well, Agnes gave Cotter a brief summary of her background and all the crises the Genesis had caused thus far. So you're Professor Epstein's great-granddaughter. You know, I do remember hearing from Professor Hamilton that he had an adopted daughter who went missing. That would be my grandmother, yes. She passed when I was younger, however. Those words at the end of Professor Epstein's diary certainly are worrying, as is all the trouble you say they've caused. Even if Professor Epstein did make them, I can't believe how much they seem to be capable of. We still don't know what they'll be used for here in Basel either. Even if we assume they are involved here, we still don't know how they tie into what is happening. Yeah, and there doesn't seem to be a clear pattern we can deduce from all the other cases to guide us. Actually, I might as well ask, you don't think having something like that would let them develop impossible tech, right? No, it's highly unlikely. There are exceptions, like whatever happened a year and a half ago, which I don't know much about, I'll admit. But that was a very special case. None of the technology that was used back then has been used since. Technology is almost always developed in a clear, progressive manner, without any large gaps or sudden leaps. How do you explain the orbital revolution then? I believe those devices then were only used to learn how orbital phenomena worked, as well as to learn how to apply those phenomena elsewhere. They didn't create new technology from scratch so much as improve the development environment and enable it to become what it was. Which in itself is a significant. So that may be what we're dealing with. You can't create new technology out of nowhere like magic. However, if you could somehow create a development environment that defies common sense, it's all falling into place now. Exactly. Sounds like we haven't got time to waste. Right. Keep forgetting to sell those things.
まあざっとこんなもんかな。
お宝発見です。
いつもありがとう。
一息つけそうだな。
癒されるね。
Alright. There it is. Looks so dilapidated. It's a perfect place to conduct field research for the natural sciences, though. I get what you mean, but it sure doesn't look like there's cutting-edge research being done in it. I can see some relatively recent footprints and tracks on the ground. So if nothing else, it has certainly been in use. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that professor was being held hostage here. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Here's some foul. Roa Graham. A giant avian monster. Looks like a giant Graim. I see. Be careful. This area must be his turf. Time to take it out. Back me up, Theo Zeros. Understood, Cotter. Oh, I shattered the bond. That sucks. That takes care of it. Good work, everyone. That was rough. Something up, Cotter? Well, it's just that this area is absolutely used for field research by the Institute on a regular basis. Yet I've never once heard reports of monsters like that one showing up here. That goes for the monsters we found in the mining tunnel too. So we've got monsters popping up all over in places they really shouldn't be. One possibility does come to mind. Could be the abnormalities actually far below us. What do you mean? Why below? You're as sharp as ever, Mr. Arkwright. I didn't expect you to connect this to the many other disturbances across the continent in recent years. Not so quickly, at least. I'm just going off hearsay, though. I'm guessing you're a lot more in the know about them than I am. There have been numerous cases in the past few years of disturbances in the septium veins causing abnormalities. During Erebonia's civil and international wars, or Crossbell's unilateral independence declaration and recent occupation, for example. Septium veins. I remember hearing about them in the past from Gien, something about them flowing under the continent and being the source of all life. They're called dragon veins in the east. Indeed, interference with the septium veins has produced a number of distinctive phenomena. Among them is the emergence of new monsters, as well as existing ones becoming noticeably more aggressive. It has also resulted in the appearance of giant monsters from a higher plane known as cryptids. But this is all news to me. That does sound similar to what's happening here. Assuming there is a connection, then what's happening here in Basel is... There's still no signs of life inside the building. If someone was in there, I'd figure that battle would have drawn them out. Looks like we might have come here for nothing, but we might still find something useful in there. Yeah, I think we should have a good look inside, just in case. And a point of no return. There's rust everywhere, and not a soul to be seen. That PC over there is plugged in. There's a cable connecting it to the orbital network even. I wonder if that belonged to Professor Callahan. Does it seem like he'll be able to get anything off of it? I'm afraid not. He's got it locked down hard. Allow me. My scanning software should have us inside within 10 minutes or so. Incredible. You're so fast and yet so precise at the same time. Thank you. Almost too fast. It's almost like he's... Huh. This looks to be Professor Callahan's notes about the past few weeks. I finally found the investor I have been seeking. We exchanged messages a few times over the orbital network before a representative from the Anchorville company came to visit me directly. I already suspected that they were affiliated with the infamous A, and sure enough, he freely admitted as much. He offered to give me almost unlimited funding in exchange for performing an experiment under certain special conditions. If I were to agree to all of those conditions, it would change everything. It would dramatically increase the speed at which I could do my research, fundamentally alter what is possible. After much thought and soul-searching, I agreed to a portion of their conditions in order to finally take back my place ahead of Cronkite. These are the bare minimum of conditions required for me to prevail. By using parallel distributed computing to harness the resources of the entire city, the preparations for my task are almost complete. However, there is still a vast wall that needs to be overcome. Climbing this wall is nigh impossible, at least not without accepting their final condition as well. I suspect I will have to wrestle with that, what to do on that front until the very end. But come what may, I must succeed. I must. For my goal is the realization of the seemingly impossible, the creation of nuclear weapons. cutter. Huh. Looks like we struck gold here after all. That professor with the glasses was right. This doesn't change anything, right? You still don't think it's possible he could actually pull off what he's claiming he can. Absolutely not. Not with modern technology. He would need to have stumbled upon something truly epoch-making to change that. A huge paradigm shift. Another singularity to use as an example. Even if that did happen, a lengthy process of testing, theorizing, and such would still be needed. That's likely why Professor Epstein and his disciples never realized the technology either. I think it's more likely that they deliberately chose not to even try. Still, those notes made it sound like he was close. Like he was only a step or two away, yes. He mentioned parallel distributed computing, too, although I couldn't hazard a guess as to what that final condition he mentions could be. Perhaps it refers to some kind of AI so advanced it could eliminate the need for decades of work. But how would they even create or obtain such a thing? Well, I think we've found all we're going to find here. We should get back to the city. I agree. Perhaps the CID, Guild, or Ren might be able to help.
なんだ今の音は。
水の音でしょうか。外の沼からですね。
一応確かめてみるぞ。
あそこです。
アニス、お前さんも見るな。
そんな。 死因は溺死。何らかの形で気絶させられた後、沼に投げ捨てられた。そんな、すぐ検視に回してちょうだい。
はっ。ちょっと待った。
任せたぜ。
ええ、元よりあなたたちの領分じゃないでしょう。
どうしてこんなところで殺人が。当局は何を隠蔽している。
こちらも現在調査中です。そもそもまだ立ち入り許可は。
民間人の犠牲となれば話は別だ。規約にのっとって立ち入らせてもらう。
現場保存の鉄則は無視しないでもらいましょうか。
Pieces are just about coming together. Yeah, his abduction from the lab yesterday pointed in that direction too. But it's now crystal clear he made a deal with the Mafia, and this is the end result. Starbat all over again. The motive, then, was to stop the victim from talking and make an example of him. Is it the same here, I wonder? How can all of you be so calm? Someone was just murdered. Oh, trust me, I'm burning with anger on the inside. Those bastards have screwed us over again and again. This is the perfect chance to make them pay for it. So you do understand what I'm feeling. They do, yes. They've both been through a lot. Sorry about what happened to the professor. But we've been finding more and more clues, which means we're probably getting to the heart of the matter. Which also means this ain't over. Not yet. We gotta keep our cool if we're gonna get to the bottom of this. We can't pay him back with a hot head. Pretty sure the key to solving all of this is gonna be the final condition he mentioned in his notes. You remember the chaos in Crossbell a year and a half ago, right? This is an oversimplification, but it all came about as the result of a technological singularity. Said singularity gave birth to a superintelligence far beyond humanity's current capabilities. Then, after everything came to an end, it was lost again. That's quite a lot to take in. How do you even learn this shit? You think we're dealing with tech like that here? No. It was well established by multiple sources that it is impossible to replicate the technology that was lost. Of course, that doesn't preclude the possibility of humanity creating it themselves at some point in the future. But that could be decades or centuries in the future. And even a year and a half ago, nuclear weapons hadn't been created. They did seem to have shard tech, though. Those mirrors that they used to bounce that laser super weapon seem to be the same kind of tech that Calvard uses with their Zyphas. So it's a similar deal as what happened then, but still fundamentally different at its core. It's hard keeping up with all of this. You don't think the Genesis could be what makes it different, do you? That's a good point. Yeah, I'd say you're on the right track there. A puzzle piece that didn't exist in Crossbell then, but is part of what's happening now. The prototype orbments that are even more of an enigma than artifacts and capable of bringing about miracles. We assume they are involved here. Then it makes you wonder just what a final condition with them in the mix would look like. Ah. So it does. That does seem like a valid approach. Not bad, small fry. Thanks. I still don't know what's going on, though. We've already established that the issues with the orbital network in Basel were caused by parallel distributed computing. Then we have Professor Callahan developing nuclear weapons, which was thought to be impossible before being murdered. Plus the fact that this is so similar, yet so different to what happened in Crossbell.
トル。行き詰まった時は一度全体として見てみなさい。研究だけじゃない。答えはその中に必ずあるわ。
No, that final condition couldn't. I wonder who's calling. Ren, what's wrong? Don't tell me you already learned what we found.
Ah, あら、見られちゃった。で、みんなは避難させた？でも一体何が？
There are chiasms running amok in the city? They must have been purchased from the black market.
幸いまだ始まったばかり。なんとか持ちこたえるわ。あなたたちも急いで。
Ren! Ren! We got cut off, huh? The signal must be experiencing interference, or perhaps it's due to the generators malfunctioning. Why were they glowing like that? What's happening? We just heard the news too. What the hell's going on? Look! It's Almada's high-speed airship. Shh, hop in now. We're heading back too. I want you to take care of preserving the crime scene and letting everybody else know what's happened. Yes, ma'am. I can't get in touch with the guild either. Let's just get back to the city. What the shit? These guys serious? The city is... Why are they going after innocent people? Help! Somebody help! There's still people trapped in the city. Going to hell in a handbasket real fast. Look alive, gang. Let's get these guys evacuated. I could have had 0 arcs. I blew it. Are you alright? Take cover indoors. We'll be invoicing Vern for this, so don't you worry. Huh? Okay, well thanks. We'll hole up here. What the hell, man? Howdy. Just wrap things up here. That's not the... You really out here charging people during a terrorist attack? It was bad enough when you did it in Trail. Not the time for this, Alvis. We need all the free hands we could get. It'd be best if we split up. There's too many of them. I don't get why Ren brought them along, but... Looks like a ton got in. How are things on your end?
アラミス星は避難させた。他の外区の班も所在は把握済みだ。
通信状況が悪いのが気がかりだけどね。警察や他の遊撃士の人たちにも可能な限りの指示は出しておいたわ。
What? Since when? Wait, I remember Zin talking about you. He said something about the Bright family's youngest. It's very reassuring to have you here. Curious as to how you saw this coming, but we've got more pressing things to worry about. Call it the council president's intuition. Besides, they can't just hold a tea party like this and not invite me. That look on her face. Well, I've no room to complain. I leave this to you. Makes sense to me. We'll back you up. Just follow my lead. What the? Ren? She's just on another level. I always felt like there was something funky with her. Mask off now, I guess. Just gotta roll with it. Let's move. Rosette, connect some dots for me. What do you think they're getting at here? To my knowledge, their goal centers around Professor Callahan's incomplete energy research. Valmata has reclaimed his work and seeks to complete it. Then their target must be related to that research. I suspect they want to claim the nucleus of the city's energy and processing systems. No! You know where that is, Catter? The observatory. That was Professor Callahan's original research annex. That's where the Orbital Net's mainframe is located too. Really? Odette, did you see that gold airship? Where was it headed? The Institute of Science, I think. I saw it flying over that way. Bingo. City's in your hands. Use your lackeys to make as much noise as you can to draw their attention. But of course, we're not lackeys, damn it. We'll make sure Almada doesn't get their way. Damn straight. This time, we're gonna beat them within a reach of their lives.
待ってくれ。アニエス、君まで行くつもりか。ここまでの状況なんだぞ。僕たちといた方が。
アルベール君。大丈夫。心配しないでください。ちゃんと戻ってきますから。くそ。想像以上にハードだけど、もう走り出しちゃった感じだね。私たちは私たちでここでできることをしないと。ええ、未だ通信は不安定な状況。各方面への連絡を手伝ってもらうわ。CID のお姉さん、ギルドのお兄さんたち、オデットにアルベール君も始めるわよ。えい。
The aerotrams are all at a stop. We'll have to take the road instead. Let's get to it. We'll have to keep a close eye out as we go. There might still be people who need our help. Wow, I can't talk tonight.
100年早いんだよ。そこだ。はあ。やあ。
親方たち、無事だといいけど、いいデータが取れたかな。
大したもんだぜ、カトル。
後方方面、そこです。皆さんどうでしょうか。
ヤッコさんが指示を出しているから心配はいらないというのか。
戦闘終了。データを回収します。光線開始。そこだ。そこだ。それ。そこだ。そ
They're inside the building. Chief, whatever do we do? Bastards, fight them back. Pick up anything that'd put a dent in them. Pipes, wrenches, just find something. We'll show them why you don't pick a bone with engineers. You can't be serious. We don't stand a chance. The man's right. Leave the fighting to us. Chief, Essie, why are you here too? Cotter. Oh, I'm so glad you're all safe. Boy, am I glad to see you guys. We'll take down the Arkaizos. Initiating combat. Is anybody hurt? Oh no, we're all okay. Phew, we really owe you one. There's a ton of uber expensive testing equipment here. We'd have had hell to pay if they'd broken any of it. How's it looking outside? Same as here, cloudy with a chance of robots. The police and Bracer Guild are undoubtedly sending reinforcements. They should have most areas under control soon enough. The problem is communication. They're jamming the entire city. We can't get the word out anywhere. Then I've got just the thing. We got this emergency line here and it's completely off the grid. We run it through our own system. That should let us call in help. Then we can start pushing these bastards back. I'll give you a hand too. I probably can't dispel it entirely, but I should be able to counter the interference enough to get some messages out. I mean, maybe. But I'd really rather you get yourself to safety. She's safe here, don't worry. Our front door is a goddamn bulwark. We'll lower it and hunker down if we need to. That'll buy us all the time we could want. If you insist, just please be careful. We're headed for the observatory. That's what they seem to be after. The professor cared deeply for that place. I won't let them ruin it. Made up your mind, huh? I can see it on your face. There's no way I'm talking you out of that. Just be careful. You guys take care of him, alright? We leave Cotter and the observatory in your hands. You got it. Oh. That thing there before? I don't remember it. Where did all these things come from? Someone help! So close to the church, too. What are monsters doing here of all places? How many of them are there? Those people need help over there. It's Haiti and Barnaby. Cotter, is that you? We'll distract them. Please get yourselves to safety while we cover you. Get her out of here, bud. Alright, come on, quick.
続けやバン。
負けないよ。はっ、それ
もらった。
フェリちゃん。
押せ。
Good. It looks like they made it to the church. That's a relief. That means there are still people outside caught in the crossfire. They're going after the kids and elderly too. Chicken shit rust buckets. It was bad enough inside the Giscard building. Anyone outside is up shit creek without a paddle here. If we find anybody else out there, we'll help them to the church or the inn, whichever's closer. That should be safer than the workshop at least. No heavy equipment for the archaisms to target there.
すみません。少しだけ家の方を覗いても。やっやっはっそこだ。
ハミルトン博士の計画です。
やっそれそこだ。それはっ
とっとと行こうぜ。
やっはっ
さあ次に行くぞ。
We're cornered. They're coming from the Institute too. This isn't looking good. Only I brought my sword. Damn this. Sasha, I'm going to have to take a risk here. Wait, no, Julian, don't do it. I know you're trained, but no need for the heroics. We got you. There are people there. Quick. Julian, Sasha, are you okay? Agnes, we're fine, but you're her work colleagues from yesterday. Leave these things to us. Keep those two safe for us while we fend them off. Got it. Be careful. We owe you our lives. Thank you so much. I don't want to even think about what would have happened had you not been there. It was looking awfully dire. Were you two helping them out? Trying to, at least. We were rounding up people inside the inn. Then we heard screaming from outside, so we went back out again. Picked up those two, and that was when those monsters jumped us. Should have been able to fend them off myself, but damn it, I'm pathetic. Don't blame yourself. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. I agree. We only made it in time because you held them off. Either way, now's not the time to think about all that. We gotta keep doing what we can now. Oh, we got in touch with Ren, too. We've kept her in the loop and gathered all the students we could here. Ah, yeah, we saw her earlier, too. Newtown is in good hands with her helping there. You two take care of yourselves. We will. We just don't want to leave anybody behind. We're directing everyone to the inn or the church, right? We were just in that area ourselves. Yeah, managed to thin out their numbers a lot too. Those two places should be safe for the time being. Alright, then let's make our way back ASAP. I'm sure Lyle and Chignon are worried about us both. Take care, everyone. Thanks again for your help. Phew, I'm glad we decided to stop by when we did. I dread to imagine what would have happened otherwise. They mentioned that archaisms are spreading from the Institute, though. That concerns me. Yeah, by now that place is probably crawling with them. Hell, probably even worse than it is outside. Whatever Almada wants, it's in the Institute. I really hope everyone's okay. Please be safe, Yang.
よし上出来だやるじゃねえかバン
Friend, we've gotten the west side evacuated. East is taken care of too. Cleared out the enemies on our end. Area is secure. Quick, give me a sit rep. Well, sounds like we're doing just fine. Let's get the next area cleaned up. That damn runt is a thorn in my side. She just had to go and ruin everything, didn't she? Without her, this wretched town would have blossomed into a symphony of screams. Instead, we have this boring farce. Bah! We should count ourselves lucky we got anything out of this. We weren't expecting the Spriggan and all the rest. Once we get an opening, we retreat. Leave the real objective to them. Fine. But after Tharbad and then this, they will pay their dues in time. In the meantime, I'll sit back and watch them swarm. Go ahead, you can fight all you want, but in the end, chaos will consume you all. Help! There's mechanical monsters coming.
エアロトラムは使えん。連絡表で職人街へ向かうがいい。まずは教会に避難するように。10分ほどで遊撃士が来るだろう。
Yang, you're okay. You made it. You're roughly 2 minutes ahead of what I expected at that. Just about. You're weirdly calm with everything going on. He's got a fucking cup of coffee in his hand. Didn't the Armada come through here? They did, as I predicted. Professor Callahan's death also did not come as a surprise. I have implemented security measures to temporarily block all unauthorized external interference into the laboratories. As a result, my work in the city has been complete since noon today. In light of that, I would be well within my rights to be out of the city by now, but I owe the students at least this much. That is why I have been assisting the one formerly known as Kitty with evacuating everyone while awaiting your arrival. Hey, you're really going to leave? Can't believe you were able to conceive of effective countermeasures to that parallel distributed computing in such a short time. Don't really care what goes on in that head of yours, but I see you're at least willing to cooperate with us some. I know there's a lot of archaisms inside now, but did we just see the last people in the building leave? All of the faculty and the students of Aramis, together with tourists and other accounted for visitors, have left. However, security camera footage captured a young man with mint-colored hair and a young woman adorned with bandages inside. A bracer and 2 police officers also passed through here earlier and have yet to return. So that sadistic bastard is here. So is that puppeteer we met in Tharbad. I'm worried about the bracer and the police officers now. So they're part of the mafia that deceived Professor Callahan and then cast him aside. I won't let them make a mess of Professor Hamilton's home a moment longer. You going inside then? Surely you know that this is no task for a researcher. Please continue to help with the evacuation efforts, Yang. Don't worry about me. I have Theo and Zeros with me. We'll help keep them safe, of course. There's no way this is ending peacefully anymore, but we'll at least try to stop things from getting any worse. Don't overdo it then, is all I ask. Even if you do have Theo and Zeros with you. I know, I won't.
戦闘終了。先を急ぎましょう。天文台は校内の東側です。
ああ、まずはこの塔を抜けるぞ。
それそれ、そこだ。
やるか。
Oh. His dodge attack hits the roof. That's annoying. The door's locked. Someone must have locked it to keep the archives from coming inside. We'll have to find another way around. I see what they mean by the reactors glowing. Alright. Look, there's people on the ground. Are you alright? Here. They look heavily wounded, but their lives aren't in immediate danger. What happened? A guy with a dagger and a girl with a giant puppet went inside. They activated. I imagine she was going to mention the central terminal, but how could someone from the outside know about that? Maybe the professor told them before they killed him? Well, we've got them cornered now. Yeah, let's get inside. It's time to put an end to this.
さてと、中休みすっか。
癒されるね。
天体望遠鏡があった場所に。
あれがメインターミナルか。
ええ、工学都市バーゼルが誇る中央端末アウローラ。4年前に博士とキャラハン先生が主導して理科大学とベルヌ、財団や ZCF も協力した。何かのプログラムが走っている。
あの複雑すぎるコードは一体。あれは
第5のゲネシス。やっぱり絡んでやがったか。そして
やはり来ましたか。アークライド解決事務所。
半月前の映画祭ぶりか。これも女神の導き、運命の赤い糸ってやつかな。
いいね。嫌いじゃねえぜ、そういうのも。
ガーデンというアイーダさんたちの敵。
ああ、僕の古巣の名前もとうとう知られちゃったんだ。しかしマルドゥックの SC が正式加入。ハミルトン門下の秘蔵っ子くんまでたらし込んでるなんてなかなかやるね。
こっちの若いのはあくまで相談窓口だけどな。
あんたたちがキャラハン先生を惑わした。アウローラを勝手に使って何をしようとしているんだ。
人聞きが悪いな。教授とはそれなりの付き合いなんだけど。 この端末にしたって開発者の一人である彼の許可も一応はもらってるからね。ギャスパー社長の時と違って完全にギブアンドテイクってわけさ。ああ、彼にそっちの気があったのもいろいろとやりやすかったかな。
Professor Callahan is gay.
おだててその気にさせたら次々と一線を踏み越えてくれたからね。
そんなゲスな手も。
ああ、いいんじゃねえか。性癖なんざそいつの自由だしな。てめえが煉獄に落ちるべきクソ野郎ってのは変わらね
ええ、私たちはその炎の代わりを果たしましょう。ゲネシスを取り戻し、みんなの仇を討つためにも。
すっかり嫌われちゃったな。オランピア慰めてくれない？
自業自得でしょう、完全に。ですが契約上こちらも従うわけには参りません。サルバットでも現れた。
フィ
抗生物質をスキャン。測定不能。アーティファクトの一種と推測。
やっぱりそっちだったか。ありえねえ動きだとは思ったが、それに何か仕込んでやがるな。
ええ、どうかご注意を。良い判断です。裏解決屋にマルルックの SC 殿。そういえばサルバットでは名乗る機会がありませんでしたか。アウルムガーデンの管理人オランピア、こちらはイシュタンティ。アルマータとの契約完了後という条件付きにはなりますが、いずれご用命を検討の際にはごひいきのほど。暗殺の依頼を。
おい、なめてんのか。
単なる営業に過ぎませんが。
大マジだから勘弁してあげてよ。見ての通り仕事人間、いや仕事人形でね。それじゃあ僕も久々に管理人としての力披露しようかな。
この息吹は。
やはり今まで抑えていやがったか。
皆様、最大限のシャード活用をなんとかしのいでください。
よくわからないけど行くよフィオ、ゼロス。招かれざる客をこの聖域から追い払うために。
了解。
カード展開。
ソーンのメルキオル、君たちの相手にさせてもらうよ。
アウルムのオランピア、契約を履行します。
全開よ。
どんどん行こ
呪いぜ。
う。させない。
死の救済。
負けないよ。コード送信。展開。
シールド展開。
気に入ってくれるかな。
好機です。まとめて蹴散らします。炎で我らの息吹を。アロー様。
ほらよ、暗いな。派手に決めるぜ。舞い上がれ。シールド展開。プレゼントだよ。
後期です。まとめて蹴散らします。
ガンガン行くぞ。
ここだフェイス。
遅いです。燃え尽きろバーソン。
こいつは効くぞ。
どんどん行こう。
お前だ。
シールド展開。
そうね。バイ。
させない。
気に入ってくれるか。
チャンスだ。
最大です。
一網打尽だよ。
来ないのです。
それ。
行けよこと。
そんなもんか。
こんなものですか。皆さん大丈夫ですか。悪しき迷惑、ここまでとは。
てめえ、今まで本気じゃなかったな。
剣道乙女さんにはちょっとは見せたけどね。
戦力想定の範囲内ですか。そちらの動力ドローンも含めて。
人形に加えて爆弾の古代遺物とはな。
ええ、これがガーデンですか。
もっとフィオとゼロスのポテンシャルを引き出せれば。
ほんといいね君たち。揃いも揃ってなぶりがいがありそうでさ。いやもう我慢できなくなってきたよ。ボスが気にしてたみたいだけど、内緒で食べちゃってもいいかな。
私のボスではありません。お好きにどうぞメルキオル。
上等だ。とことんやってやろうじゃねえか。
クルガの炎はここからです。
レコード完了。自己創発プログラムを起動します。
ここそうか、成功したのだな。
は？
この声は。
うまくいったみたいだね。どうだい教授、1と0の世界の居心地は。
ああ、この上なく快適だと思う。ああ、実に気分がいい。そうか、こういうことなのだな。余計なものを脱ぎ捨てたおかげか、思考もかつてなくクリアになった。これならば最後の一歩も余裕だ。君たちの期待にも応えてやれるだろう。
さすがは教授、ご褒美もたくさん用意しないとね。
記録映像。いえ。
そうだお嬢さん、これは映像などではない。私はデビッド・キャラハン、バーゼル理科大学の物理工学教授にしてゼブリア大陸の歴史に名を刻む研究者だ。
The one thing that English speakers wouldn't notice unless they're listening to the Japanese there is that when he referred to himself, he used atashi, which is a female pronoun for I.
どうなってやがる。
さっき峡谷の沼で。
まさかこいつは。
知性と人格、記憶のすべてを AI として変換したのでしょう。おそらくゲネシスの力で人としての枷を外れてシンギュラリティそのものとならんがために。
キャラハン先生。
そこまで見抜くのか。思った以上に厄介なメイドだな。
メルキオル、悪い癖です。この場での目標は達成されました。行きましょう。
はいはい、そうだね。それじゃあ教授もまた後で。
ああ、待っているよ。
警告、爆発物を検知。
仕掛けてやがったか。
アウローラがゼロススターモードで封じて。
おっと、それはダメさ。
カタル君、ダメです。
よせ。
僕が守るんだ。博士の場所を絶対に。
クソが。
妙な気配はしてたけど、そこまでだったんだ。これもあの皇帝あたりを観測研究した成果なのかな。
マルドゥック社、想定以上と言うべきでしょうか。
おっと、噂をすればか。それじゃあ今日は退散するよ。
同じ傀儡に関わる身として敬意を表します。それでは。
マジかよ。
リゼットさん。
僕のせいで。
大丈夫そうか。
ええ、なんとか。
October 25th, 12:08, 9:04 a.m. I wish it would give you a chance to save before you start the next day like this. The entire city is locked down. Who could have seen this coming? What's going to happen to us? I hope Agnes is okay. Ren too. All we could do is wait for them to get in touch. Sorry, but what the hell is with that massive airship? The Ix Alba airship series, co-developed by the Verne Group and Aldra. Who's Aldra? Currently being tested by Marduk. Basel Institute of Science Conference Room.
昨日は慌ただしい中、あのような形での訪問失礼しました。
William Thorndike。
改めて、マルドゥック総合警備保障のゼネラルマネージャー、ギリアム・ソーンダイクと申します。こちらは警備主任のカシム・アルファイド。
カシム。
どうぞお見知りおきを。
Alphi, is he? No doubt about it.
直接出張ってくるとは思わなかったが、まみえられて光栄だよ、マルドゥックの方々。噂は金がね、かなりの辣腕だそうじゃないか。そちらの警備主任殿の有名も耳にしているよ。
これは宦官の至り。
恐縮です。
つい先日帰国したばかりでよく状況が分かっていないんだが、結局 MK 社が今日いっぱいバーゼル市内の警備を引き受けた認識でいいのかな。
ええ、非公式ですが、昨日付で第2種大統領令が発令されました。本日夕刻、CID タスクフォースが到着、展開するまで重要施設の警備を任せる契約です。
Special Ops Unit. Sending in Hercules, huh? Would shock me if you belong to him too, miss. You're very astute.
合わせて弊社が試験運用を行っている共和国軍新型艦イクスアルバ級、それを介して動力ネットワークの保守も行うこととなっております。
Which is how we're able to have this conversation, I suppose. Your concierge isn't the only way you've gotten your hooks into Basel, I see.
今回はあくまで都市の警備とネットワーク保守に限定されています。帰国同様、一線は引かれていますので、どうかご容赦いただければと。
That is our stance as well. We are only doing what we consider necessary. Very well. I will take your word on that, for now. Quelling the chaos unfolding before us clearly does come first. However, given our stake in Verne and connection to the Institute, this current state of affairs is of grave concern to us. You have a lot to answer for here as CEO, Mr. Townsend. But please, if I may defend myself, I could never have seen this coming.
ま、心中お察しするけど、管理責任は決して軽くないでしょうね。実利最優先の体制下における1ヶ月以上もの異常現象の隠蔽。昨夜の時点でアルマータの裏金以外にも広告の資金の不正利用も確認されている。キャラハン教授の暴走を放置した結果が今のこの状況だと考えると、
黙りたまえ。そもそも君は何なんだね。首都の名門校の生徒会長とはいえ、学生ごときがこの場に。
この場での私の立場はリベール ZCF の特別顧問になるわ。加えてエプスタイン財団から代理折衝役も請け負っている。今回の件で少なからず権益を侵害された両者の代理人として何か問題でも？
What? Ren. Now that's a dramatic twist straight out of a play. I've heard rumors swirling about you, but I never expected you to show up here. Still, she's right. We aren't the only shareholder that will be concerned by this. Other related companies will be as well. I hope you don't need me to spell out exactly what kind of situation you're in here. But...
だからいい加減に腹くれ。聞いている限り、やばいのはまだ続いてる。キャラハンがあんなことになっちまった今、あんたがシャキッとしなくてどうする？ベルヌを、バーゼルを託してくれた博士に顔向けできねえとは思わねえのかよ。
私は。
You have no business being CEO, bud.
いずれにせよ、今日半日は空白期間となりそうだ。何もしなければ共和国が全てを片付けてしまうだろう。だが我が国も資金を悪用された手前、何も手を打たないというのはありえない。アークライド解決事務所の諸君、今日いっぱいは事件への対応をお願いできるかな。君たちならではの流儀で構わない。サルバッドのように、それ以前までのように。そして叶うなれば、アルマータの目論みが実を結ぶ前に叩き潰してくれたまえ。
当然報酬は弾んでいただけるんでしょうね。
After the conference.
お兄ちゃん、どうして？
久しぶりだな、フェリーダ。
I suspected you two were related. Your brother, right? Never expected him to be one of Marduk's hunting dogs.
妹が世話になっているようだ。アークライド解決事務所の諸君。それとバン、君とも2年ぶりか。撃剣にゼロ式剣術、また随分と腕を上げたらしい。リゼット城から聞いてはいたが、元教官として鼻が高い。
I try. Still not so hot with the tactic stuff you taught me, though. I've heard all kinds of stories about you too, but I never expected our first meeting to be like this.
それはこちらのセリフさ。武装とサービスを提供しているとはいえ、君との契約はあくまで対等。これを機会に改めてよろしく頼むよ、バン・アークライド君。
Yeah, let's not get too friendly. I'm not interested in becoming any more than just a contractor to you. Still, since we're here, there is one thing I want to ask. Just how long has she been like that?
弊社所属 SC の詳細については基本的に秘匿事項とさせてもらおう。だが時期程度なら構わない。およそ1年ほど前からになるかな。
Something seemed off about her all this time. We first started talking 3 years ago, but the first time we actually met was just at Tharbad. Even when I visited Orred for lessons on tactics, she was conveniently unavailable. That sounds like... Does that mean...
幸い、アーチェット准教授がいる。彼女の処置については心配無用だろう。念のため、適合するタイプの予備パーツも運んできているからね。今回はこれ以上、出向 SC として力になれないのは申し訳ないが。
You ain't got nothing to apologize for. I doubt any amount of workers' comp I could give her would make up for forcing her to do something that crazy. But either way, that's my problem to deal with, not yours.
余計なお世話だったかな。それでは我々はこれで失礼する。これから共和国軍との折衝もあってね。先ほども言ったが、今回はこれ以上踏み込むことはない。かつての天才の執念の研究、非常にそそられはするがね。
お兄ちゃん。
俺の考えはアブとは違う。特にお前が戦士に向いているかどうかの見解はな。だが今回この地に来たのは炎とアルーシャの導きではあるだろう。戦場は近い。クルガの戦士としてどう乗り越えるか見せてもらうぞ。
フェリちゃん。
偉そうにと言いてえとこだが、そこが全く読めねえとはな。どのくらいやるんだあの野郎。
おそらく史上最強の傭兵の一人だろう。
Your conversation is over then? Ren, where are the others? They're still here. There was talk of them returning to the capital, but that's not going to be possible now with the whole area on lockdown. The roads, the railways, even the airspace around Edith is sectioned off. Not like that comes as any surprise after what happened. What do you mean? What's happened now? There was an explosion in Anchorville City. There were no casualties, fortunately, but we suspect that Almada might have been involved. Anchorville's a decent-sized city north of the capital, right? Yeah, that must have been just a diversion, while this is their real target. Oh, I think that's almost certain. However, given its proximity to the capital, we can't afford to take it lightly. Both the CID and the Guild are being pushed to their limits right now. We won't be able to give you any backup. That's fine. We weren't expecting any to begin with. But you can at least share whatever info you manage to gather, surely. That goes for stuff from the ZCF and the Foundation, too. That sounds fair to me, insofar as our interests align, of course. I'll also do what I can. Just take care of Agnes for me in return, please. Thank you, Ren. I hear the initial work is done on your concierge, too. That's Professor Hamilton's family for you. Geniuses to the last. Oh, thanks for telling us. That's so good to hear. She was being seen to an associate professor as Mary's room, wasn't she? Let's go say hi then. Okay, I can finally save. That was a lot of cutscenes. That's not even the end of the chapter cutscenes. It's just like the midpoint of the chapter. Crazy. I think I'm going to call it there for tonight, because if we go any further, we're going to get into some heavy cutscene areas again. And I have to work tomorrow, so good night for now, and I will be around tomorrow after work, probably. I will also probably be around Christmas Day and Boxing Day, because the family that I was going to get together with is all sick, and I don't want to get sick like them, so yeah. Anyway, good night, and I will see you over the next few days, I guess.